Ma'am Tin. However, ito talaga ang ang dugay na discussion with our president. So we have our president with us this afternoon. Also with Ma'am VPAA, no, daghan naa siya yung mga when we discuss about this, we saw that there's a need for this one. So that's going to be the flow for this day. We're until 3 o'clock, so really we request for your participation. And let me just please allow me to just give some of the requests. Only 4 requests po. Number 1, we encourage everyone to turn their cameras on so that speakers could feel a sense of engagement from you, no? So kung pwede naman po at saka kaya ng internet, please turn on your camera, especially during the sharing. Kasi po small group yung sharing natin, no? So can we really move to when we move to the breakout room, that we have that we turn on our cameras and we share, no? And everyone is encouraged to share as well their experiences and insights without inhibition. Pwede po bang for today, wag mo nang isipin na ang isa kay Dean, ang isa kay head lang ko, ang isa kay chancellor siya in a group. Kasi pa when we also had the grouping, it's random lang, but we also made sure na may taga Claveria, may taga Cagayan de Oro, may mga ganun po, no? So sana po pwede po ba ang mga wala mo nang designation naka-attach sa ating mga pangalan, and let's just be people. Let's just be humans, persons, individuals na who are here parang break from the usual webinars. And of course, we also request everyone to listen to others without judgment. Can we make other people feel safe when they share something? So dili man ni siya recollection o kanang retreat na naipailakilak, no? Pero we wanted that every time our friends our colleagues will share, that they are safe with us, no? Na murag dili ni siya minus points sa unsa man na mga evaluation. There will be a breakout session. Everyone is requested to join in their breakout session po. So pwede po ba, grabe na gyud akong hangyo, no? Pwede po ba nga today lang po is really just a break from all the webinars and just a introspection, whatever you call it. It's a recollection and just trying to be still, no? So yun lang po ang upat na amo ang i-request, that later maklaro manggod kung naalang inyong pangalan, tapos naadayon inyong face, tapos later pag breakout room mabilin mo diri sa plenary. That means nag-igo ra gyud ay siya nag-sign in, tas dila sila plano mag-participate. So again, our request is today this is about you and you lang muna, no? Because you yourself, if we know ourselves, then we can really be able to dispense whatever leadership positions we have and run it well if we really know if we're self-aware. So yun po ang aming request. So we have an inspirational message from our dear president. Let us all welcome Dr. Ambrosio B. Cultura II. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning, Ampi. Thank you. To all resource person, Ms. Christine De Leon Alcala, to all the administrative council members, we have also invited the department chairpersons, officials and leaders of USTP, to CiTL personnel, led by Dr. Dinagsao. Good morning. We always hear that with great power comes greater responsibility. While that is true, what people do not usually talk about is that leading others can be overwhelming at times. Some may be born with innate qualities and predispose them to be leaders. But to be an effective leader is a different story. So what does it really mean to be a leader? Is it about having power? Is it about having people to follow you? Or is it about having titles and positions? I say neither of those. Leaders are actually those people that empower and inspire others to become their best selves. Leaders are those that look out for their members' welfare. Leaders are those that work towards making their vision a reality while putting the people they serve first. Now, as members of this Administrative Council and department chairman, we are all leaders here as the officials of USTP. Not because we are elected, appointed, and designated, but because we are willing to serve the university to the best that we can without expecting anything in return. It is because we aspire to bring about development with the university. It is because we set our sight not for our own benefit, but for the people we serve and the people we work with. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what it means to be a leader. Becoming a leader is not about controlling people. Becoming a leader is giving strength to others for them to be able to stand on their own and help you realize your vision together. This drives us to conduct the leadership management training today. As leaders of USTP, it is only fitting for us all to further sharpen our skills, explore opportunities where we can acquire new abilities and get to know more our co-leaders. This could also be the best time for us to iron out our differences and be reminded that we all share the same responsibility and vision to serve the USTP to the best that we can. Therefore, we must all work together as one united university and set aside our differences. This is not the time for the leaders of USTP to be divided. We should all aim for the betterment of our beloved university. And we can only do that if we work together as one. I therefore implore everyone to actively participate to this training. This is a great opportunity for us all to discuss ideas, share experiences, and tackle challenges that we have encountered as leaders of USTP. May we therefore sustain the momentum of this activity and continually support each other. Your commitment has benefited our community, and I would like to express my gratitude to you all, especially to our CITL led by Dr. Dinagsao for initiating and hosting this training. Becoming a leader can be overwhelming at times, but knowing that you have capable people that shares the same vision and commitment, I believe that we will be able to realize whatever we set our mind into. Thank you and good morning once again.
Salamat, Mr. President. Let me see this. Okay, there. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Unsa kaya itong gi-agree ato kay President, no? Do you agree on some of the statements of our President or all of it? Maraging ana. Can I see on chat? Can we make this interactive po? Sa mga in-express po ni President, asad po doon ang pinaka murag yes, I agree or ana po. May we also see on chat po?
We're all in this together.
Unity together as one. Thank you, Ma'am Isay. I also like that line from our president. Ano po ba sa uban po? Ire, work as one. How about the others po? Ano po dun ang na ano ninyo kay kung madumduman ninyo? Sir Dennis, we are all in this together. Kathy, set aside differences. Talagang ano yun, Kat, no? Yun ang pinaka, ano. How about the others? May we hear kung yung mga nag-align dyan inyong thoughts sa sinabi po ni Pres in terms of why this leadership is also important. Ma'am Jasmine says, set aside our differences and work as one. I also love that line, no? May we hear from the others po? There are 61 of us strong people in the Zoom. Saan po ang medyo striking sa inyo? You also agree or importante mo to lahat giingon ni Sir Pres, no? Pero ito talaga yung I agree with this one. I really it's time. Sir Allen, talagang set aside our differences. Parang it's time, no? Naamag yung differences, no? Kaya we all come from background, from different contexts, iba-iba tayo pagpadako, pero unsaon jud kaning how do we really set aside our differences? It takes a skill to work with others. It takes really a very honed skill to work with others and be part of the team in the real sense of the word. I like when the president says reclaiming kanang ko no, reclaiming ay noon kaya may reclaim dito. Controlling others is not leadership. Even dispensing is dispensing our function. Nakabutang sa TOR, ako na siyang nabuhat. Am I a leader? I like that. Gusto ko mag-reflect on that. No? And then of course, sabi ni Pres, realizing our vision. But pinakaganahan yun ako, yung giingon is, let's come together here because sometimes our task can be overwhelming. And I don't know if niabot sa inyo ha, pero daghan pod ko og nanggan nga kapoy naman kaayo uy pwede dili ang ta magpa-designate o naay mga ingana, no? So why does this happen? So that naay po mga na self-aware mga ana. So we can also, it's nice when we discuss, come together, share our experiences, share our challenges. Sinabi ni Pres eto, but this is the time where we can also do that. So sana po you also take time to just stop this time. And Ma'am Miriam says, being a leader is truly overwhelming. Yes, Ma'am Miriam, no? With a lot of demands, mga gana. And of course, aside from demand, naghan po taog mga ambisyon para sa itong mga opisina. If we set aside our differences, we can do our, katugin ang pinakagrabe, no? Maana, Sir Dennis says, maybe na burnout na Doc Amphi. Yes, no? Mga ingana. So, nagit tayo time to stop, no? Dili man tatanan Catholic, but let me just emphasize na even si Jesus, no, anak siya sa Ginoo, mo retreat gid siya, no, mato gid siya bukid to look back. So retreat away from the usual hustle and bustle. And of course limited man sa ang plano gid ani is moadto kita somewhere and really reflect. But of course it's limited this time because it's a pandemic still. So maybe we can have a re-strategy which is via Zoom. So salamat po, Mr. President. I am now welcoming our resource speaker. May we spotlight our resource speaker while I introduce our and read her bio note. No, say hi to Ma'am Tin Alcala. Miss Christine Alcala, and I'm wishing na sana ing anak pud ko kaluman ay muna siya ko ambisyon. Ma'am Tin is a certified life coach since 2019 and who finished a certification program from Life Coach Training Institute in 2019. It's a family ministry from Ateneo de Manila, Loyola School of Technology in 2015, and a degree in elementary education from the University of the Philippines Diliman campus in 2001. Ito talaga ambisyon din ako as a life coach, di ba Ma'am Tin? Kasi pwede naman CiTL, pero pwede coach ako sa coach akong life will facilitate us who are really trained her. So as a life coach, she helps individuals build useful life skills and manage challenging circumstances. So she has mastered the skill of compassionate and energetic approach to in-depth understanding of the coaching process. So we also would want to have that coaching skill, Ma'am Tino, in the future. But of course, dito muna tayo sa self-awareness. But we wish and we are together with our president and the office of the vice presidents would want and are envisioning, I don't know, and together with the human resource, are envisioning leaders who are coaches. Yun ang makita na to sa sa direction, even with Google, with Facebook offices, my leaders who are coaches. That's such a big word, but we begin today with our own communication style. So she mastered that. Specifically, she is adept to give talks about mental health. That's why we had her last time, and conflict resolution. And then I said, maybe we can have conflict resolution in the future, because that's something na wala na mo na develop when we were in college. I was biglang na designate how do we do conflict resolution. But again, before that, self-awareness muna, no? And our own communication style, and also how to do group facilitation, mga ganun, no? And plan age-appropriate modules, because she's also a life coach for even the preschools, and of course more of the professionals. And she also conducts counseling and more. So we're very, very glad to have with us we're able to book a date of her busy schedule. Please welcome Miss Christine De Leon Alcala, a life coach. Ma'am Tin, good morning po.
Hello, magandang umaga. Ang haba naman ng intro mo, Amphi. I was so excited to meet everyone already, and thank you for those who turned on their videos. Hi Jasmine, I can see you. Very weird kasi di ba pag hindi ka talaga makakita ng ng moving sa Zoom. So I like what Amphi said a while ago, na if we can turn on our videos for more engagement and actually connection, no? Kasi ang hirap to connect with people through Zoom, so or virtually. So this is the best that we can do, no? See each other move, see each other blink, or my hand movement and all. So I like that. So I am very excited to be with all of you again, and I really thank Amphi for giving me the opportunity again to be with all of you. So the last time I was with you, I think that was last year, pero bigger group. I'm so excited kasi mas maliit na group to, so meaning we'll be able to do more activities. So you sit back, relax, and just allow yourselves to be vulnerable today. So I will add to those requests of Amphi, no, kanina. I-add ko lang yun na parang if we can just allow ourselves to be vulnerable, okay? To be vulnerable as we share our stories. Kasi kanina ko pa naririnig yung word na empathy. I'm actually glad na I went in the link very early. So I got to watch all those videos, Amphi, na pinakita nyo kanina. And people were talking about design thinking. So I'm also a fan of design thinking. And that's another request, actually, no? That's another request. I know that you have seen design thinking as a mindset or as an approach for teaching or really empowering students. But for today, I request that we see design thinking in a different perspective, this time for our own personal journey as people, no? As leaders, as members of our community, your community there in USTP. So let's see how things will unfold, no? Thinking that, okay, I will still hear design thinking, but this time, design thinking thinking of who I am and thinking of my own personal design, right? So, mahaba. Okay, marami tayong gagawin for today. So, konti lang actually yung time natin, but hopefully we'll be able to discuss everything, no? Everything na I prepared for everyone today. So, let me just share my screen to begin. Can you, no, you're not seeing my screen yet, no? Let me stop first. Okay. Wait a while. I think there's something wrong with my screen. I don't know what. Okay. Okay, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Okay, let me do this again. Okay. The di ba in Zoom there's that advanced sharing and then you can see a box. I don't see it in my screen now. Okay, let me do it. Let me do this properly. Okay, I know you want to start already, but let me just do this. Trying to turn on my presentation again. I turn it off, so Nako, I'm sure because you're all so used to doing sessions online, teaching online. This one is this one is so basic for you, but for me, it's not. Wait lang. Okay, let me share my screen again. Nako, it doesn't really want to, it doesn't really want to show. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. Amphi, can I share with you? Can I send you my my presentation? Sige. I'll just send Amphi my presentation so she'll help me show it. Through email na lang, Amphi, or through email? Okay. Sige. For a while, guys. I actually sent you a file, Amphi. We will be using that for our group breakout room later. So you will see that again when I send you this file, my presentation. It's sending. Okay, I hope Amphi can open it. Okay. So it's Amphi who will share my screen now. So thank you, Amphi, for being there. Okay, sige. Let's do this. Okay, so I like what Amphi said a while ago, no? Parang kahit nagbibisaya siya ng konti, medyo naiintindihan ko yung sinasabi niya. So parang let's really take this time to, be with ourselves, be with each other. not minding the possessions you have, because sometimes it will really what do you call that? Stop us from being who we are. Kasi di ba, pagkaharap mo nga naman yung president, vice president, or the chancellors, or the deans, tapos feeling mo ikaw, professor ka lang, and all, parang nakaka-intimidate. But this time, sabi nga ni Amphi, let's just present ourselves as, people wanting to hear people out also. And us, wanting to be heard also. So yun. Ang dami kong request, no? Sabi ko, konti lang yung request ko. But all these things are, I think are very important, no, as we begin this session, because we need to prepare our disposition. Sabi nga ni Dr. Cultura kanina, di ba? Leadership is not only a position. I also believe that leadership is your ability to influence, impact the lives of others. And most importantly, leadership is actually a disposition. Not a position, not only a position, but a disposition. So I think today is a great day for us to take a look at that, no? Check our dispositions, and once we are aware of that disposition, then we'll be able to, there, I can see na. Thank you, Amphi. Well, okay, sige. Let's begin. So self-awareness for strong leadership. So this is going to be our focus, okay, our focus of our discussion for today. And I agree with Amphi. Today will be really devoted to a lot of reflection. And you know what? There's this author, no, Tasha Eric. She's actually the author of the book Insight. You go ahead, read it. It's a good book for leadership and self-awareness. She said that self-awareness is a meta skill, no? A meta skill, meaning when you're able to really possess this skill or practice this skill, parang all other skills will follow. Kanina, I was listening to those students talking about what they wish their professors are in the classroom. Sinabi nila na parang I hope that they'll be able to really coach us, mentor us, and all those things. No, beyond, this is actually beyond the things they learn in the classroom, beyond their content, right? Beyond their content. So it's really important that we talk about this. And Tasha actually said that not all people who think that they are self-aware are really self-aware. So let's explore on that. No, bakit niya sinabi yon? No, bakit niya sinabi yon? So for today, I'm sorry, I was clicking my so let's go to the next slide. I was clicking my PowerPoint. Okay, so we'll talk about self-awareness, and then we'll have the exercise number 1, okay, after the introduction of self-awareness. And then part 2 will have Enneagram. This is a special request from Amphi. She loves Enneagram. I also love Enneagram. And then later I'll give you an orientation of what Enneagram is. So we can use Enneagram as a tool, as a self-awareness tool. There are a lot of self-awareness tool that you can use, but this one, since this is the request of Amphi, will focus into that. And when we talk about the Enneagram later, we will just be focusing on the communication styles of each type, because Enneagram is so big, no? Malaki siyang topic. So we'll just focus on the communication styles of each type. And then part 3 in the afternoon, we will be talking about practical strategies, how to cultivate self-awareness. And then we'll have one more activity before we end. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So here is the first picture, because I know you already know by heart what design thinking is. So I thought of showing you this picture just to begin, no? Just to begin with this discussion. What do you think? What do you notice with how these objects were designed? Okay, let's utilize the chat box. Okay, let's interact with one another. What can you say about these designs? Go, I'm monitoring the chat box. Okay, yung last entry natin is maybe na burnout na Doc Amphi. That's the last entry. So just tell me, no, what can you say about how these objects were designed? Go. Unique. Wow, unique. Okay. Ano pa? What else can you say? I mean, these are usual things that we see at home, pero hindi ganyan ang design nila. Unique and flexible. There seems to be a problem, sabi ni Amphi. Okay, sige. Unusual design, not useful, bizarre. Okay, sige. Sige, more. Can I have more words? Peculiar, very different, no? Design without comfort in mind. Okay, sige. Impractical. Yes. And you don't want your students to come up with these designs, right? Okay, thank you for those words. Design for a specific, talagang may humirit pa na talagang design. Talagang this person siguro is a type na I see the bright side of things, kaya sinasabi niya. It tells different personality type. Okay, sige, let's focus on the pictures. Okay, I agree. These are usual objects that we see at home. I mean, we have chairs at home, we have shakers at home, we have pots at home, we have wine glasses at home, we have what do you call that? Yung pangdilig, watering pot, I don't know how it's called in English, and that brush. Sabi ng iba, a sprinkler, sorry, thank you for that. Okay, sabi ng iba, hindi siya useful. Yes, it has a unique design. It's different, it's peculiar, but it's not useful. And that goes against the idea of design thinking, diba? Pag sinabi nating design thinking, you have to know ano yung needs ng tao. I mean, definitely these designs will not be useful to anyone. Yes, unique siya, pero hindi siya designed. So my next question is next slide. Sorry, I'm clicking my slides here. Can we show the next slide? How do we know a good design? Okay, how do we know? Siyempre, as professors and leaders who are into using the design thinking approach or the design thinking mindset, isang tingin nyo lang, alam nyo there's something wrong. Sabi nga ni Amphi, may problema dito sa mga design na to, right? So how do we know a good design? Okay, it addresses the needs. Yes, kung hindi ma-address ang needs, then hindi siya talaga parang para saan, di ba? Parang para saan? Tatanungin mo talaga, para saan niya? Okay, so design thinking also profoundly reshapes the experience of the innovators themselves. And this is according to Jean Lidka of Harvard Business Review. It was mentioned by one of those persons who presented in the video kanina, di ba? Parang sinabi niya, pag you have that mindset, design thinking mindset, or you use design thinking approach, parang in a way, you have to practice empathy kasi you will not be able to design for other people without being empathetic, right? So that way, in this sense, okay, in talking about our own human designs, tayo yung innovators, right? We are the innovators. And when you use that kind of mindset, inevitable that you also change in the process. That is, if you allow yourself to go through that change, right? So I hope that we'll have that really open heart and mind that whatever we're going to do today, this is an opportunity for us to innovate. Okay, and not only innovate in terms of our teaching skills or how we do things in school, but innovate as people, as a person, no, as as someone who's part of a bigger community. You as members of your own families, right? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, when I met with Amphi, na-struck ako dito sa words na na shinare niya. So I really took note of that, and I even asked Amphi, para saan nga yung yung words na you discussed kanina. So she mentioned about, and it was also mentioned during those preliminary videos that you watched a while ago. Think, feel, and do. And according to Amphi, these are your graduate attributes. So sabi ko, this is these words are beautiful, diba? And so all the more that we really have to talk about self-awareness, because if your aim is to produce graduates who will be, when you release them to school, they will be um we hope na magiging sila, parang useful members of the society, thinking that they've learned all these skills, all these attributes sa USTP, right? Sa USTP. But how do we do this? How do we do this without us engaging in our own messy process of changing, of introspection, of reflecting, right? It's so easy to teach. Okay, let's teach our students to be critical thinkers, innovators. Let's teach our students to learn empathy and resilience, to be resilient, to be communicators, and to be collaborators. But basically, sabi nga ng mga students that were interviewed in the video a while ago, they need role models, they need coaches, they need mentors who will really not only teach them all these attributes, but show them how. How do we do this? How do we empathize? How do we develop resilience if we ourselves are, doubting our capabilities in terms of managing ourselves, right? So let's go to the next slide. Okay. And according to the book Design Thinking for School Leaders, the authors are Gallagher and Thordarson. Design thinking, if you adapt design thinking, you have to be able to engage in the messy process, or the messiness of the process. So in terms of our self journey, the messiness there is really being vulnerable. Parang, oh yuck, I don't want to share. I don't want to share my own vulnerability to other people. But it's a messy process, yes. Kasi parang, how will other people see me now that they heard my story, or parang they somehow saw my weak side and the things that the things that I still need to work on. That's a very messy process, but I think a beautiful process, because as you allow other people to see you, to see what's within you, you're also allowing yourself to be more self-aware in a deeper way. Because we can always say, yeah, self-aware naman ako. Alam kong gusto ko. Alam ko kung bakit ko ito ginagawa. I know my purpose. Definitely, sa age natin ngayon, masasabi natin na I know my purpose, di ba? I know why I do things. But as we go through the session today, we will realize that there are different types of awareness, and there are different ways of cultivating that kind of awareness. So are we ready? So that's the first question, to ask yourself now. Are you ready to engage in that messiness? Okay, are you ready for that? Okay, so adapting the design thinking process or learning or mindset we all believe that we are designers too. Leaders are designers, right? Leaders are designers. Let's go to the next slide. Sorry, I'm clicking my ano. Let's go to the next slide. So leaders are designers, and let's go to the next slide again. Okay. And let's go to the previous slide. Let's go back there. Leaders are designers, but the question is, I think we have to go to the number 9 slide, Amphi. Sorry, Amphi, I'm making it hard for you. Sorry. Okay, I think it's number 9. Number 9 slide. There. How can we be effective and credible designers? It was mentioned by Dr. Kultura. How can we be that kind of leader? Because I think I agree with Amphi's words a while ago. No? Let's empty ourselves at this point. Let's empty our cups at this point. Thinking that leaders are like this. Leaders should be, should have the last say. Leaders should be should be controlling, or leaders should be blah blah blah. Whatever it is that you can think of a leader, but let's ask ourselves now, how can we be effective and credible leaders or designers, right? If we are talking about our own life designs, how can our lives be credible, representation of what we believe in, our values, our desires, right? So kanina when Dr. Cultura was talking, parang I can't help but, I don't know him personally. It's just twice ko pa lang siya na-meet. The first time I had my talk with all of you, he also gave that inspiring message. And now, but listening to his words, parang I can see his heart as a leader. Really. I know, I'm sure you have that feeling, di ba? You have that feeling na kahit hindi mo personally kilala yung isang tao, but based from how this person talks, based from how this person behaves, parang you kind of parang have an impression already of who this person is. And that's how I felt, when I was listening to Dr. Cultura, that his desire for us to change our views on how leadership should be. Parang I share the same sentiments, no? Minsan kasi this is the point of Tasha Eric, no, the author of Insight, that sometimes when we become leaders, we think that we are self-aware already kasi we've reached that point already. But she's saying that that's a mistake. Because sometimes those who are in the position are the ones blinded already. Why? Blinded by power. Because hindi na sila welcome for feedback. They will not even say, hey, don't, parang di ba? Parang ang awkward magbigay ka ng feedback sa president. Di ba? So that's the danger. When you are in that position already, all the more, and that's the normal tendency, right? That's a normal tendency. When you are in the position, parang people distance from you, and automatically I have to say the right words all the time. I have to, diba? I have to, ano ba? Minsan, help this person with his ego sometimes. Di ba? Parang kahit alam mong mali na, you can't express it kasi parang, no, hindi pwede kasi I'm talking to the president, or I'm talking to the chancellors. I'm talking to my dean. No, I cannot say all these things na I'm able to notice, di ba? So we'll discuss more of that. Let's go to the next slide, the 10th slide. So another question, or another thing that we can ponder upon is, we have to understand our own human design. Okay, so talagang for today, we just have to focus on that. Break muna tayo from the syllabus that you have to make. Break muna tayo with all those trainings, in terms of competencies competencies and your skills, but really you focusing on yourself as a person who also has, your own needs, and these needs need to be expressed, right? These needs need to be expressed and they need to surface because otherwise we will not be able to, to grow sensitivity also to the needs of other people. And when we talk about our own human design, we also think about how we can best operate in the world. So I agree, kanina sabi nung isang speaker dun sa video, design thinking is not about you. It's not about us, but about the users, right? But medyo let's just challenge that perspective, no? For you to be able to, internalize design thinking, I think you have to start within you. You have to be able to know your own needs, to know your own biases, to know how you can best operate in this world. So it's about you. This is not only about the other person's perspective. This is also you being aware how I see things around me. Otherwise, may gap. There will be a gap. There will be a gap, and difficult yun to bridge if we only think of ourselves or we only think of other people. That should be married kasi we have that dynamics with other people, and if that dynamic is not healthy, then I think the organization will also suffer, right? Okay, let's go to the 11th slide. Okay. Dr. Kultura gave a very powerful definition of what a leader is, but for the authors of Dare to Inspire, they said that leadership is a critical ingredient in sparking, sustaining, scaling inspiration across individuals in the organization. Can you imagine that? I mean, this quote did not even specify a position, right? This quote did not even specify a position. So that's what I was saying, no? Leadership is not just a position. It's beyond that, actually. It's our disposition. So this is kind of heavy kasi parang, how are you going to do that? How are you going to inspire people? How are you going to make people follow you, right? I remember this quote, no, from later I'll show you that quote. So it's really being able to make an impact on the lives of other people, your students, your family, your community members, your teammates, right? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. And this leadership that we're talking about, no, this leadership that's not referring to a position, but a disposition, begins with the idea of self-leadership. Okay, why is this important? Sometimes it's intimidating, di ba? Parang feeling mo, wow, leadership training. So those are just for leaders. Those are just for the people in the position. But when you talk about leadership, okay, yung pinaka-big word there is, how are you able to lead yourself? Kasi I think that's a beautiful question to ask ourselves. Diba? Kasi minsan, sabi nga ni President kanina, diba? It's overwhelming to be a leader. Yes, I agree. I also experienced, leading a team, and that was crazy. I was too young then. Parang I was assigned a position, tapos parang feeling ko, what? I don't know what to do here. So parang iba pala siya. You don't manage paper, you manage people. So parang it's not only those administrative responsibilities, but the most difficult part of being a leader is really managing people. But I've realized that your difficulty of managing people reflects your difficulty of managing yourself sometimes. So back then, no, I was young. So I was too. I'll be vulnerable because that's my request from all of you, but I'll just show a little vulnerability. I think I was too emotional then. So every time my feedback, I was too I was too parang sensitive. Na parang, I'm doing my best as a leader and you don't see it. And I didn't get that point. Na, hey, when you are in that position already, you have to be open to those feedback because that is an important ingredient or element for you to hone your external self-awareness part. Okay, so later we'll go to that. We'll go to that. Okay, so I wanted to, I wanted to capture this, no, self-leadership. And so that's going to be our focus for today. We are not going to talk about leadership as in being in a position, but you being able to lead yourself. And then we go to the next slide, the 13th slide. So this is a quote from John Maxwell. No, I just saw this. I just saw this yesterday, so I added it. If you wouldn't follow yourself, why should anyone else follow you? So that's very basic, di ba? Sometimes yung frustration, yung overwhelming feeling of a leader na parang, how come my teammates are not following me? That's so frustrating. I gave orders already, but how come I see their faces na parang hindi sila natutuwa? How, parang, bakit ganun? But I think let's do some introspection again. Kung ikaw yung leader or kung ikaw yung follower, would you follow your own orders? If your answer is no, or you're doubting, then my point, why other people doubt the things you say, right? Okay, let's go to the next slide. So according to Tasha, close kami ni Tasha. No, Tasha is a corporate psychologist. So she's really into, organizations, studying their behavior and, making programs for people. So I really request that you get a copy of her book, Insight. She said that self-awareness is the will and the skill to understand yourself and how others see you. Okay, so this is not, so two-pronged siya. This is not only you being aware of your own, your own needs, your own perspective, but also a big part of it also, or half of it, is really seeing how others view you. That's very important when we talk about self-awareness. Because again, she said, no, leaders can easily say, yeah, I'm self-aware. I know my purpose. I know why I'm doing all these things. But you are not alone in that dynamics, right? We are with people. Diba? We are in a relationship all the time, kahit single ka. You are in a relationship all the time. Relationship with your family, your relationship with your coworkers, relationship with yourself. Okay? Sige, let's go. And I like what Tasha also said, no? She said that self-awareness is the meta skill of the 21st century. Just like what the student said a while ago, when you parang they're also, when you talk about empathy, they also desire for their professors to teach them how to be collaborative, how to be innovative, how to be empathic, resilient. So when you master this self-awareness skill, all those skills will follow. All those graduate attributes that you want your students to have will follow. So I think when you go back to your own classrooms or your Zoom sessions with your students, let's have that, no? Parang okay, sige. Maybe I can also help my students to be more self-aware. And I really hope that all the things that we will be able to pick up from this session will be cascaded to the students. They need that. Or recently, I just had my talk about this self-leadership also to the interns of a company. Interns, they're college students, and I can just, parang hearing them out, parang they really long for people to coach them, to mentor them. They're not really concerned about salaries and all those benefits from a company, but what they like is really a culture that is not toxic. So that came from them, a culture or an environment wherein they will feel accepted, they will feel valued, and that they will be mentored, coached by the older members of the company or the workplace. So let's consider that. No, let's consider that. Okay, let's go to the 15th slide. So we're talking about self-awareness, but how does it really look like? Okay, para clear sa atin. Kasi minsan nga, self-aware naman ako. Alam ko to. But how does it look like? According to the article that Tasha also wrote for Harvard Business Review, she said that kasi they really made a study. Actually, the book Insight was based from her study with her studies among the companies she's handling, no, in terms of HR practice. So for your HR people, good to read this book. So she said that when we see ourselves clearly, we are more confident and more creative. We are able to make sounder decisions, build stronger relationships, can communicate more effectively. You know what, sometimes, parang feeling natin, is it enough that we know how to say things, or is it enough that we know beautiful words, to communicate? Yun lang ba yung communication? So later on, we'll go to that, diba? But I think communication, and I know you know this already, communication, parang a big part of it is also listening, right? Listening. Are we able to really listen and hear people out? Right? Not only, nasabi ko na kung ano yung gusto ko, nasabi ko na ano yung plano ko. Pero how do these people receive that? How do these people view that message? Sabi si Amphi kanina, 'di ba? Parang on the spot she said, "Sige, but parang what resonated with you from the message of the president?" I think that's one way to actually parang let's see kung nasa same page nga tayo. Let's see kung saan tayo nakarelate dun sa mga, because those are beautiful words, right? Those are beautiful words. But what resonated with you also reflects kung ano yung parang what affects you, 'di ba? What you desire, 'di ba? So these are things na parang oo nga no, parang that hit me. Why? That statement hit me. Why? Parang kanina I was looking at the answers, no? Very common yung parang 'di ba tinanong ni Amphi na parang what resonated with you, tapos common yung answer ng tao na we are all in this together and set aside differences. That says a lot. That says a lot. That says a lot. And I hope that as we go on through our session, you'll put that in mind. How can we set aside differences? For one, I think if you allow yourselves to be vulnerable today, that can be one. Because sometimes, na-highlight yung differences because we don't understand people's context. Why? Because we don't listen, right? It's difficult for us to listen because totoo naman, we have our own biases, right? We have our own biases. But how are we willing to set aside those biases for us to really listen, for us to hear people out, right? Well, I like this line that says, if you're more self-aware, you're likely less to cheat, lie, and steal. The other day, I was listening to a talk of an artist, hardcore artist, and I was tapos parang syempre, when you talk about artists, sila yung parang on the spot, iisipin mo, designers sila. And sabi ko, what does that mean to say, ano yung ibig niyang sabihin when he said that artists should be, should have integrity. So parang sinabi niya na, okay, artists are really true to their work. Diba? No one can ever understand kung bakit nila ginawa, why they came up with that, with that artwork. But they're not the type of people na pag may nagsabi, can you change this? Can you change this design? They will not do that kasi for them, it's part of my being honest with myself. No, it's part of having that integrity na I will not change my design because I have my own reasons why I came up with this design, right? I have my own perspective why I came up with this design. So can you imagine that, no? Parang with all the leaders that we know from the government, sorry. 'Di ba? Parang bakit ang daming bakit ang daming walang integrity. So maybe let's go back to that. Are they really self-aware? Do they really know how they impact other people? So ako, I long for this. Yeah. If we become more self-aware, parang we welcome this na we practice integrity in any form, integrity, right? And that integrity will be rooted from your own values. What are the things you value? What are the things that are important to you, right? Okay, later we'll go on to that. Okay, and then she also said that better workers who get better promotions, of course, when you're self-aware. Okay, I had an encounter with a management trainee. So he handles people. And then parang sinasabi niya na young workers now or young employees are more assertive. They know, and they will ask for promotions. Sometimes what breaks his heart is talagang they will can you give me this assignment? Ganun daw yung employees ngayon. Can you give me that assignment? They're that very assertive, no? Pero what breaks his heart is sometimes when a person asks for a position, tapos parang iniisip niya, but you're not fit for that position. Like, how can I give you that position if you think that this position only requires this aspect? Parang in terms of character, I don't think you're ready, right? So, minsan it happens, no? When we are assigned. Sometimes we don't grab, no, the opportunity right away pag sinabi, uy, can you take this leadership role? Kasi kaya hindi mo ginagrab kasi natatakot ka, 'di ba? There's that fear na parang, oh my God, kakayanin ko ba yung work or am I a perfect fit and all? But it boils down to not knowing who you are as a person. That's why there's that apprehension. No. This is not for me. And vice versa. That also happens to those people who are very parang overly confident and say, yeah, I can accept that position. Sige, I can do. Tapos pag nandun na siya sa position, parang, ito pala yun. This is how it parang feels to lead. Kasi we are not only talking about the technical skills here, the technical competencies, but really your heart as a leader. And sometimes that's where the blind spots are, no? When we talk about who we are as people, as a person. Okay? And then if more effective leaders with more satisfied teammates, no, 'di ba? So parang masayang team, masayang katrabaho, 'di ba? More profitable companies. Okay? So that's according to Tasha's research. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And then this is what I was telling you about. Now, there are two types of self-awareness. We have the internal and the external self-awareness. When we say internal self-awareness, this is how we see our own values, our passions, our aspirations, fit with our environment. So parang feeling mo, this is not the environment I'll grow, diba? I'll grow as a person. So kailangan okay din yung environment mo. This environment is helping you to become that person that you want to be, right? So This also includes your reactions, including your thoughts, your feelings, behavior, strengths, and weaknesses. I'm sure at this point we have a grasp already of this part, right? Alam na natin yan. Alam na natin yan. And siguro lang a little challenge, parang knowing all these things about ourselves, parang we reflect on, so how do I really impact other people? May impact ba? Diba? Do I really influence the lives of other people? Right? And so external self-awareness is very much important to balance this perspective. Okay? And when we talk about external self-awareness, we are looking at how other people view you. So later on, there's that one activity that will really require you to be, to take courage on what other people will say during our sharing. Okay, I hope that you will not, parang just like me before, I was too sensitive with those feedback and all. I mean, it didn't help that I was like that. No? I was like that when I was starting as a leader, only to realize that they are very important. I'm not only for myself. I live for other people also. Right? I live for other people also. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is also one of my favorite persons, Elena Aguilar. She's also an educational coach, and she wrote this book Onward. You also get this copy kasi nice book din siya. So she said that when you know yourself well, when you understand your emotions or social identities, core values, and personality, you can gain clarity on your purpose in life and in work. Being anchored in purpose makes you able to deal with setbacks and challenges. So, kung ganon, ibig sabihin, whatever we hear from other people, I mean, let's just accept them and try to sort out what are the things that can be very helpful from the things I've heard. Kasi hindi rin naman okay na you just parang agree to what other people would say about you, because again, that has to be balanced with how you know yourself and how other people see you. And we know that there will always be that someone who will not see the most beautiful version of yourself. So it's also okay. So you have to be able to learn to sort that out and say na, okay, wait, parang medyo distorted talaga yung image ko for this person. And so you go back to, how do I know myself? What are my values? And how I'm able to, reflect these values when I relate with people. Okay? Sige, let's go to the next slide. Oh, we are in our breakout room activity already. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So I sent the file, but Amphi, can I just put it straight in our Zoom chat?
Yes,
It's
yes.
actually okay. So this is what you're going to do. Okay, it's already 10:30. Okay, I expect that everyone will be back at 11 because press for time na tayo, right? So is this the file, Amphi?
Yes, self-awareness worksheet.
Yes. So maybe you can take a screenshot of the instruction and the questions you will reflect on. So there's that worksheet that you will see in our chat box. Okay. You just have to rate yourself. Okay. From 1 to 10, how well do you feel you understand these elements of who you are? So your psyche, meaning your mind and your spirit. So how much self-awareness do you have in that aspect? Your values, right? The things that are important to you. Your personality, later we'll touch on that. Your socio-political identity, your strengths and your natural abilities, right? So how much awareness do you have in all these aspects? And maybe give yourself 10 minutes to do the worksheet, to reflect on the worksheet, and then 20 minutes to do the sharing. Amphi, how many are they in a group again?
There are 6, 7, or probably 8, something like
Okay.
that.
Sige, let's just manage our time because we're really pressed for time. So take a screenshot of the questions, devote 10 minutes to do the worksheet, to reflect on that, and then whoever is with you in the breakout room, you start sharing. We'll just give reminders na lang from the main room how many minutes more before you go back to
Yes, we will broadcast.
yeah, okay. Sige, can we do that?
Thank you.
Happy
We're
sharing.
showing
Yes, Amphi, you're a little you're lagging.
We're showing the grouping.
Okay.
Yes, yes. They were showing this, that one. Please look at your names. And if you don't have if you cannot see your names there, that means you're allowed to go whichever group. That's also part of the design. There are names there who may not be able to also join us because they're in ISU. We're so sad. But of course, that's the reality of our university. We have a lot going on. So, yun po. So are we ready? Please click on our chat, that worksheet po. Can you please click on our chat, the worksheet? And so na-download no po ba? Can I see a thumbs up kung na-click? Okay ba ang worksheet Microsoft Word? Okay po ba? Everyone, can I see? I'm seeing a thumbs up from Ma'am Hanier, Ma'am Beverly. Yes po. Okay.
Ma'am Irene, ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am Air.
Doon ako name, ma'am. Nasa 2 and 4. Nasa ko ni ma'am.
Pamili na lang, Ma'am Air. Ikaw gid siguro ako paborito kay gibutang tamang ka sa duha. Oo. Sige po. Okay po ba?
Hello, Docams.
Sir Dennis, yes. Sir Den?
Ma'am, I cannot find my name in the groupings.
Yes.
So you were saying that I can join in any of this group? Is that what you mean, ma'am?
Yes po. Yes po.
I cannot find my name. Okay,
Oo.
thank you,
Pag
ma'am.
wala po yung name nyo, pero nakabasa dyan ko gahapon, Sir Apuan ba yan? Kaya na po gibutang imong name. Murag, I think ikaw tong pwede bisag asa. Murag, ana. Sige po, kay ano man nato ni random. Okay. Can I see po kung okay po ba na download po ba ang worksheet for our group, because in our breakout room we take off from there po na. So I'm seeing Ma'am Wawa with a thumbs up. Okay po ba? Na-download po ba Ma'am Josephine, Sir Joel, Sir Dennis? I'm seeing Ma'am Barbosa, naka-thumbs up. Is Sir Well there? Ma'am Hinusulango. Downloadable po, Dr. Amvi. Salamat po, Ma'am Budbud. Ma'am Laila Lumiba, I'm seeing a thumbs up. Okay, Ma'am Beverly, Ma'am Liwanag, Engineer Liwanag. How about the others po? Okay po ba? Sige po. Kay dili gid me sure kung medyo naay tao anang mga screen ha, kabalo na biata sa uban ka magic pud biata ka dual pud biata. So sana po okay lang po na again, let's take this time for us today, no? Ma'am Miriam, naka-download po ba? Sir Ruel? Sir Cyril? Okay, I'm seeing Ma'am Miriam. Okay, so I think we're now ready to go to our breakout rooms. So please po, look at the breakout rooms. And sana if you've noticed na daghan kay tao diri na good, siguro yung mga areas na dili siguro daghan tao, no? So sige po. The others may go to the rooms they like. All right? Sige. So we are going to flash the breakout room. Okay, not yet po. We are going to flash the breakout room and ano to? You are not going to assign you. You're going, all right? Sige po. Sige po, I
Ala,
will flash
ako
the,
matagikuan tong
ha,
lady nagningon to
let
sa nga
participants choose.
iyang iskan dito tong sa imo ang makatong.
Okay, so Sir Dennis. Okay, so sige po. Can we go now to our rooms? Okay, is there a prompt there? Sige, wala ni leader dito, no? When you go to your room, just discuss. Just walay designation diri. Let's just be friends. Let's just be ordinary colleagues. Sige po, and share. Sige po. Can you please click the ones flash on your screen? Proceed to your breakout rooms. $11 lang, Tin.
Parang konti na lang yung type nila. Sige, we can
it's okay.
extend until 11:10.
Oo. We will just
11:10.
broadcast lang na
Yeah.
there's going to be 2 minutes left. Then mag-broadcast message tayo for everyone.
Yeah.
Sige. We're just waiting for everyone to click. Hi, Ma'am Ams. My name is not. Ma'am Jasmine, if your name is not, you can click any room. Yun po ang design. So how do I go to the breakout room? Sir Jonathan, Attorney Oche, is there a prompt on the screen? Are you seeing a prompt? Wala. Okay. But Sir Jonathan is, what room gani? I think I saw your name yesterday. What room was that? Sir Jonathan Oche.
Maybe we can assign them. Is it okay
Yes.
if we assign them? Sige, I'll help you assign. Is it okay? But if you're assigned, make sure na konti lang yung nandun. Kung marami na, sabi nga ni Ampy kanina, I understood you. Kung marami na, go to the other breakout rooms na lang. Okay?
There's a room 2. Si Ma'am Flora ang naano pero
Oh, there's a number pala, Amphy. When you click assign to room 2, there's only 1. So
Yes.
let's go assign people. Yay.
Sir Dennis, Sir Ma'am Visande, is there a number flash on your screen? Please go to the room 5.
From 5. Okay,
Ma'am
thank you, ma'am.
Saniel, opo.
Wala
Sige,
may prompt diri, ma'am.
Ha?
How can I join room 5, ma'am?
I will.
Gusto-
Walay ga flash sa imong screen, Sir Dennis. I will assign you, ha?
Wala, ma'am.
Oo, depende usahay sa laptop.
Niya na, ma'am. Niya na.
Ana.
Thank you.
Okay, ako na
Yay.
assign actually. No prompt. Okay, Ma'am Demetria. Gani ka dapat. You're supposed to be in room 1. Okay.
I'm trying to assign people to. This is fun. The other groups have 7 members already, or 8. So
Ma'am Demetria should be in room 1.
room 1 is already 9.
Yeah.
Really.
There are only 3 of us na lang here.
Okay.
Pero murag wala nag-press, no? Naay na-assign pero wala gi-press. Ma'am, Sir Nathaniel, are you still here? Sir Argin, are you still here in the plenary? Please move. Bali, in-assign natin, hindi pa nag-move ba? Sir Alexander Ido, please move. Sir Ismael. Ma'am Gomez, Sir Eric Politud, Sir Pastor, please move to room 1.
You were in the breakout room, pero it does not work, really. I think it's because it's your Zoom. That's why. No? it's your Zoom. Kumbaga, I'm just a guest in this link. So I request you again to share my screen, Amphi. Yes, thank you. Okay, let me just. Okay, so there. So before we proceed, I just want to know, siguro one courageous soul to not really share everything that was that was discussed in your breakout room, but how did it feel sharing about your thoughts and feelings about the first activity? Just one, maybe one. Hi, Jasmine. Is it okay if you share your thoughts and feelings about what went what went on in the discussion? Bakit tumatawa si Ampi?
Kasi parang gusto po na ko si Jasmine.
Oh,
Thank you po. Na-pressure po tuloy ako.
naku, just be yourself. Please, just be yourself.
Okay po. So, I will just share my thoughts with our sharings lang po. Yeah. Well, I guess po it was nice to hear from the break room 2 when they shared their strengths and also the values I think that they want to improve. And you will see like in our group, because we were not out of time, there were 4 I guess who shared, and then 2 shared the same I mean strength, which is the strength and aptitudes. And then it's just ironic how one of the member in our group shared as yung yung gusto niyang i-improve, in which is also one of my strength as well. And I just remember yung pong sinabi ni President a while ago, yun pong sinabi niya na we have to set aside our differences and we have to work as one. And this one actually also parang makakonect mo doon kasi we have differences when it comes to our strength and our weaknesses, but still we parang we are there. Parang we both work for the same vision and mission, and also to share our best for our students. So I think yun po yung nakuha ko po doon. So
Yay.
thank you po.
Thank you, Jasmine. So we can see from Jasmine, I'm sure that the other groups also have their own, your own context when it comes to the feelings and your thoughts about the sharing. But what I got from Jasmine is that it's good to see, diba? Again, we're fixated with that, set aside differences, and how lovely it is to just really be aware of that na, hey, I would just listen to you. Ang dami pala nating commonalities. And sometimes you will realize that, hey, that's my strength and you're saying that's your weakness. So we can see how beautifully we can complement each other, and we really can, work on the differences without really highlighting ano yung meron ka and you're best at it and all, but really complementing our strengths, our aptitudes. So sana in other groups, parang we also saw that perspective, no, that we can actually complement our strengths and weaknesses. And that's how one way to set aside our differences. Okay, not really forgetting about all those differences. I think that makes us beautiful people also, when we realize that we're really different from one another. But what's beautiful about it is that you are aware of that, but you are willing to extend to other people, no? To extend to other people. Because again, just like what I've said a while ago, we are not only for ourselves, but we are for other people. Okay, thank you. So dahil wala na tayong time, we have to continue. No, we have to continue. And this is what I've promised, Amphi, no? This one will be a little lengthy. That's why I was trying to hurry, no? But let's go to slide 20, Amphi. Sorry, naging assistant ka na ngayon. Sorry. Okay, slide 20. Okay. So this is what this is what we want to parang focus on, or reflect on at this point, that not all self-aware people really knows what self-awareness is. This is just the beginning. What you did a while ago is just a small part of the process of being self-aware. And that requires open-mindedness. That requires seeing things in a different perspective. You will encounter that word later, no? We will use the word reframing. I mean, we know, we went here, no, thinking na, yeah, iba-iba naman talaga tayo. But then when we heard the word, let's set aside our differences. Parang you chose to see it in a different perspective this time, no? So, the self-awareness that I want us to really learn and internalize is the kind of self-awareness that leads to empathy, right? Dun sa sharing ni Jasmine kanina, di ba? Parang, yeah, may dalawa pareho, may dalawa hindi pareho. But how are you able to understand and to really put yourself in the shoes of that person who's sharing, who does not share the same, the same sentiments or perspective? How are you able to place yourself? How does it feel to have that kind of weakness? How does it feel to have that kind of strength? Diba? How does it really feel to be that person na parang feeling mo? Diba? Parang, I think that's a very basic question when we talk about empathy. You asking yourself, how does it feel to be in that place, right? How does it feel? So if you want to check if you are progressing with the self-awareness, with a deepening of the self-awareness, you have to gauge your level of empathy, okay? Because, let's go to the next slide. Because self-awareness really leads to empathy, and empathy skills, according to Brené Brown, from her book, Dare to Lead. Read it also, it's a nice book. So all these books talagang I've read them and very inspiring, no, in terms of the discussion on self-leadership. She said that empathy skills is really, taking perspective. You being able to see what the other person sees, right? Sometimes kasi parang overused na yung word na empathy, but what does it really mean to empathize? Take perspective. Just the other day, I was conversing with my husband. So he was booking a Grab driver. And then na-notice niya dun sa Grab booking niya, may nakalagay na fully vaccinated driver and not vaccinated driver. And when you book the fully vaccinated driver, mas mahal siya compared to the non-vaccinated driver. And he was saying, ano ba yan? Of course, people will choose, to get the vaccinated ones. Will you risk, parang riding with someone who's not vaccinated? So I looked at him and said, baka it's not really for the riders and all, but for the drivers who are not willing to be vaccinated. And the fact that they're not willing to be vaccinated, this is the consequence. May price yung nagpa-vaccinate. Medyo walang masyadong incentive yung hindi. And then he looked at me and said, okay, sige na nga. So sabi ko sa kanya, I was joking, that's how you take perspective. So, you're being able to see it in a different way. And when you're able to do that, and I am pretty sure you are someone who's able to do that. Capture those moments, because those moments are going to tell you that, hey, you are deepening that self-awareness skill. So good job for those who are able to do that. To be non-judgmental, okay? We always hear this, huwag ka namang maging judgmental and all, but what does that really mean? I mean, this is, again, this session, parang we kept on hearing, set aside differences. When we do that, we also have to set aside our biases against and for something, right? So that's how, parang, sometimes napaka, ano na yan, parang, huwag ka naman maging judgmental. But how do we do that? Check your biases. For example, when you talk about LGBTQ community, what's your biases against and for these people that will maybe influence how you deal with people in that group? What are your biases against and for those students na with mental health issues, right? So we check that. And to understand another person's feelings. I know we know this, no? I know we know this, and sometimes we overdo it and tell other people, yeah, I understand how you feel. And then you will hear people, you don't understand. Right? Sometimes you don't understand. When we say understand another person's feelings, we don't necessarily have to say, yeah, I understand. By just keeping quiet and just looking at that person's eyes, right? It tells already na, I want to understand. I am trying to understand. I want to reach that point wherein I will fully understand, right? Okay. Now, next, to communicate your understanding of other people's feelings. This way, okay, this time we focus on how we say things, what we say, our tone, our, diba? The message that we're trying to, sometimes it's really the tone that makes it different. Sometimes okay naman, okay naman yung statement mo, pero yung tone iba. So, parang feeling mo, my intention was good, pero bakit na misinterpret? So check your tone sometimes. So that will lead us to talking about the communication styles, the Enneagram style. Okay? Sige. Thank you. Let's go to slide 22. Okay, so mentioning that about how we communicate and your ability to actually communicate it well. Diba? Communicate it well, how you understand other people. Minsan sa counseling kasi it's parang it's when you reflect, when you clarify, no? That's how you parang make the other person feel, make the other person know that you are getting what he or she is saying. So for example, you can say, did you just say you're angry? Or you can say, I'm seeing that you are angry at this point. So that's one way to actually parang make them feel na, I'm trying to understand and I understand without automatically saying, yeah, I understand your feeling. Because sometimes it turns off people when we say that automatically because they don't know, how do you understand? Diba? How do you understand? What made you say you understand what I'm feeling? I can't even understand myself diba? Sometimes. So let's go to slide 23. Okay, Enneagram. Oops, I'm so sorry. Enneagram as a self-awareness tool. Let me just give you a background of Enneagram. Siguro for those people siguro who are into retreats and recollection. That's why Amphi knows this. A lot of formators really use Enneagram to profile people, but we don't just profile as in putting people in a box. No, that's not what Enneagram is. And I think the greatest contention there of people who are into research, science and all, tinatanong nila, is it real? Kasi 'di ba may mga personality tests talaga na standardized based on research and all. Sorry for that. There's a taho vendor outside our house. I know you can hear that. Okay, so there was a study made by Anna Sutton. Okay, a review of research on the Enneagram. It was published as a journal. No, she said, what makes a good theory of personality? She said that to make it a good theory of personality, it has to be scientifically rigorous. Okay, it will not pretend that complicated things are simple. Okay, she also mentioned about the usefulness of it. Can it be applied to improve relationships? Okay, So for her, that's the standard of a good theory of personality. Comprehensiveness, okay, one which can encompass all that researchers have discovered so far within the field. And Anna is saying that Enneagram falls on these categories. So safe tayo. Safe tayo with Enneagram. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And who benefits from Enneagram knowledge? Okay, anyone with a sincere interest in empowering and enlightening themselves and others. So usually spiritual formators, leaders, managers, coaches, all these, and psychologists, therapists use Enneagram. So it is widely used by everyone who really has that sincere desire to understand other people and to also understand ourselves. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, but there's the danger, no, in using the Enneagram. When you parang I found myself doing this during the first few years that I'm learning about Enneagram, no. We tend to label. We tend to say, "Ay, you're a number 8," or "You're a number 9." "Oh, you're a number 3." So parang we see them as numbers. We don't see them as people. But we just have to be, careful, be mindful of the labels that we create because of our Enneagram knowledge. So Enneagram is not meant to judge people, but to really understand, okay? To really understand. And Enneagram is not meant to box people, but to show people that maybe you are in this box. We can get out of it. We can, work our way out of this, and parang how to healthily integrate with the other numbers. Later, you will see that. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So how do we discover one's type? Now, there are a lot of Enneagram tests online that you can see. There are books, okay? But me as a coach, I will tell you maybe to avoid muna those tests kasi it will not really give you a credible results. Why? Because sometimes our tendency is just to really, put all the best, the good things there. So we don't really parang see a clear view of our type because of that mindset. So what I suggest is, okay, let's go to the next slide. What I suggest is that you read on the profile of each type and really reflect, okay? Reflect on the kind of energy you have, the kind of relationships you have, your tendencies, your responses, because that's how you will know. I think I am a number 1. I think I'm a number 8. What's this? The other time when I was meeting with Amphi, I was so surprised. She told me I'm a number 8. Sabi niya, sabi ko, you know what, Amphi, you don't look number 8. So that's where the danger is. Na parang you tend to profile people na parang ay hindi. Kasi kung ako, I'm going to look at Amphi. I think Amphi is a number 3 or ganyan, diba? Parang, but she is a number 8, and it happens. It happens because when you healthily integrate already with the other numbers, meaning there's a triad kasi. So you will see, no, each number has a triad, and there's the healthy integration and the not so healthy integration. For example, number 7. Number 7 is the generalist of the group, or the joyful one, the youthful one, yung number 7. But when number 7 is so stressed out in life, he tends to integrate to number 1, who is very critical. Okay, unhealthy trait, very critical, very parang holier than thou sometimes, which is not good. But when number 7 healthily integrates with another number, which is number 5, number 7 can be a person who's full of wisdom, who's able to settle down, who's able to to see all the beautiful things in life without really stressing herself out. So yun yung we need to understand that you have your core, Your core is your number, and then you will see the arrows pointing to other numbers. Two lang yan. So your healthy side and your unhealthy side. Your core will never change. That's your core already. But your core can also be influenced by the numbers beside you. So we have what we call the heavy wing and the light wing. Or actually, we only focus ourselves on the heavy wing. So for example, number 7 can have a heavy wing of 8, which is the leader type, the very assertive type and all. But number 7 can have a, but number 7 can also have a heavy wing of 6, which is more, parang number 6 is more relaxed kasi number 6 is more anxious, a more anxious person. So more relaxed, more parang charming, not that assertive, parang attack mode lagi and all. So there, so you have your wing, you have your healthy number integration, and you have your core. We will not be able to discuss all of it because really Enneagram is parang it will take us months to really study Enneagram. But we will just focus on the communication styles of each type. Okay, so we will begin. So meaning when we say communication style, this is how we, talk to other people, how we present ourselves, how we are in our relationships, how we express our needs, right? So I'll begin with number 1 and the image statement of number 1. So siguro yung temptation na as we discuss all these type, parang may isip na, ay si ganito to. Ay si ano to. Siguro, oo, nakaka-tempt talaga to do that. And it's fun. Sometimes it's fun to do that kasi parang feeling mo, I now understand. Kaya pala. Diba? Kaya pala. So just be aware of that process in your head, no? Whether you're judging or you're trying to understand. So I hope that the Enneagram knowledge will help us understand with the desire to really open our hearts for these people. Baka sabihin natin, ay kaya pala siya laging galit kasi number 8 siya. Di, parang number 8 kasi is known to have a very, very, scary anger. So, yan. Pero isang character, Ampi, not to describe you, but generally speaking. Okay, so let's begin with number 1. So number 1 are people who always feel that, hey, I am right. I am good. I know best. And number 1 is a notorious perfectionist. Okay? A notorious perfectionist. So if you know people na talagang very detailed, thorough, and those are number 1. They're also visionaries actually. And ones want to communicate to the world that they have it all together, are competent, right, and good moral people, even though internally they may feel the opposite. So they appear to be critical, but really the first person that they criticize is themselves. So it's a kind of projection. It's a kind of projection. So if you meet someone parang very critical about a lot of things, you understand that maybe this person is also very self-critical. And that's difficult. That is difficult. Your strength can also be your weakness, right? Okay, let's go to the next slide. The next slide shows us the talk style, the energy, the conflict style, and how to resolve conflict with that particular style. So yung talk style ni number 1, since number 1 has that image na I'm a perfectionist, I am good, I have my values intact and all of those things. Sometimes number 1 can be proselytizing. Okay? Tapos yung manner of niya is always teaching, telling you what to do. So here. Parang may checklist siya lagi, na, are we able to meet all these things that we have written down on our checklist? And preaching. Kasi nga si number 1, meron siyang idea na, I am good, my values are okay. So I will share it with everyone, okay? Informing. telling, educating, and elevating. And then the energy that number one parang displays to people is very rigid, di ba? So these are people na talagang may checklist. You have to follow. You have to follow on the parang on the smallest item in your checklist. And if you're not able to follow all those, the frustration of number one is really parang great. Parang may certain standards in number one kasi perfectionist nga siya. And if you're not able to follow that, she will question you and say, how come ako lang nakakakita ng standards na to? Can't we all follow all these standards? So that's dangerous sometimes if we're not aware. Because ang totoo, we have different standards, right? We have different standards. Okay? So conflict style. So nagkakaroon ng conflict with number one because number one tends to fault find. I mean, di ba? May mga, we know people who are like that. Parang wala na nakitang maganda. Wala na nakitang maganda. Puro criticism. Wala na ba ako nagawang matino? Di ba? Parang, for example, di ba? You have a leader who's a number one. Parang ang tendency niyan is to, parang, I want this perfect. No room for mistakes, di ba? Parang, so ikaw naman, as for example, as a number 7 who's just, carefree and all, parang sasabihin mo, ito si number 1, wala na talaga nakitang matino sa akin or wala nang magandang nakita sa akin, right? So, and because of that, they tend to be condescending. So medyo parang may pagkayabang na or arrogant, and diba? So we have to be aware of those things. It's not that they really meant for you to leave the conversation without your dignity already. Pero nandun yung mind niya na parang ito dapat yung standards. And if you don't meet this, I am so sorry. You don't fit my diba? So we have to be aware of that. And since number one thinks that they're all good, parang they can be moralizing sometimes. So yun, di ba may mga comments tayo, for example, na parang, oops, very moralistic yata yung dating ko, na parang hindi na ako naka-empathize with other people. Okay, so there. Now, how do we resolve conflicts with number one? Okay, these are the things that we need to avoid, okay? Do not tell a number one that they are wrong. For example, you have a leader that says, these are the standards we're supposed to follow, blah, blah, blah. And then you're just so tactless and say, that's wrong. I'm not going to follow that. Patay na. So, hindi na nag-meet yung communication style, di ba? So, yun. So, kaya sinasabi natin, parang how do we set our differences, di ba? So, this is one way. If you know that you are working with someone who is a number one, it's a no-no for you to say, you're wrong. What you're thinking is wrong, okay? You have to validate their opinion while holding your ground, meaning honor. Okay, yeah, I see your point, but can we see it this way? Can we also look at it this way? I see that this will put order in things, but can we also listen to our people, where they're coming from? So all those things, right? So it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but that's how we train ourselves to, see where other people are coming from. Okay, try to avoid words wrong, incorrect, or bad altogether while in an argument, lest you escalate it. Help them see the ways in which they are being angry or hurtful in a gentle way, as one have a fear of their own anger. Okay, so you can say, yeah, I am trying to understand your point, but this is how I see it. And then try to parang see where you can both compromise or meet each other in your own suggestions or Okay, let's go to number 2. Type 2 self statement or image statement of number 2 is, I am helpful, I am nice. These are just nice people. Number 2 are just nice people. They're the most loving people in the Enneagram, as in most loving people that they tend to please others sometimes. They're pleasers. because deep inside them, oh, I just really want to spread love to everyone. Di ba? We have friends like that. We have family members who are like that, right? Twos want to be seen as helpful. So these people are really automatic. Their motivation is, I want to help because that's really my nature. Unlike, for example, other types, they want to help because their motivations are different. For example, number 8 can really be helpful because number 8, the healthy integration of number 8 is number 2. So yun yung nagpapa-soft side sa number 2. Number 2 likes to help. Number 8 also likes to help. But if you are stuck with a number 8 character, number 8 wants to dictate and parang just put things parang in order right away. Kaya mas, hindi, ito na lang yung gawin natin. And this is best for you. This is what's best for you. But with number 2, there's that parang loving nature na, I think this is good for the relationship. The mas gentle version of the desire of number 8 to help. But number 2 is really coming from the fact that I just love you. That's why I'm suggesting that we do this, right? It's coming from that. Okay. Twos will present themselves as someone who has whatever you need, whatever it is, resources or attention. So talagang lagi siyang the ever helpful person. Number 2, Mother Teresa is known to be a number 2 in Enneagram. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And so because number 2 has that image, talk style of number 2 is effusive, relational, heartfelt, emotional, helpful, complementary, and managerial. So very very gentle, motherly, talagang nurturing. They're the type, no? So if you've met leaders who are like that, yeah, sige, I want to help you. How can we help you? Number 2, talagang they're very sincere in doing that kasi it's really coming from the idea that I am a loving person. Okay? The energy. So ito yung since they're very nurturing, parang they can be very soft, no, as people. Soft as people. But they can be also hard on themselves, especially if people do not reciprocate the love that they're able to give other people. So ito yung mga parang, ginawa ko to sa'yo, di ba? Parang may tendency to sumbat the things that they do. So for example, kung as a leader, you're a number 2, di ba? Yes, you have that willingness to help. Tapos, your teammate does not follow. If you find yourself saying, ginawa ko naman to lahat sa'yo, di ba? Di ba? Parang, you have to check kasi we have to respect their process also. Diba? It's not about you and about the love that you're able to give or the help that you're able to give, but really baka meron lang silang ibang iniisip na not about you. It's not parang kakulangan on your part na you were not able to do what you have to do. Okay? So, conflict style, medyo dramatic si number 2. Very emotional. Okay? Emotional, explosive. Ito na, pag nagalit na sila, parang, I did everything and ito pa yung igaganti mo sa akin. Di ba? May mga ganun drama. So, sometimes, number 2 can be that if they're not able to manage themselves. So, and they're the typical martyr characters. Yung parang lahat gagawin ko for you. And it's not something bad. It becomes bad when number 2s do not also focus on their own needs. So this is what I'm telling you, kanina na we have to be aware of our own needs. Otherwise, we'll be able to, we will expect people to fill that void, no? Na hindi naman, it's not their responsibility. It's our responsibility to fill those voids. No one else will do that but ourselves. So, number 2 tendency is to really say, ginawa ko na to lahat sa'yo, tapos ganyan pa yung gaganti mo. So, may pagka-martyr yung dating. And then, resolving conflict with number 2, you just have to assure number twos that you appreciate their efforts, but you have to be very careful, okay, in saying, yeah, I appreciate, kasi sometimes unhealthy twos expect you to do or reciprocate whatever it is that they're giving you, diba? Number twos have to be aware na, oh, they have their own ways of showing that they also love me, that they listen to me, that they can follow me and all. So this is not about number two's feeling all the time, but also respecting the process of other people. Okay. Remind the twos that you want them to take care of themselves. So dahil martyr nga sila, di ba, sometimes they forget about themselves. And when they forget about themselves, sinusumbat nila yon sa ibang tao. Hindi na nga ako nakapag-parlor ngayon eh. Hindi na nga ako nakapag-self-care ngayon kasi I went in your all these things and all. So you have to remind them, you do that for yourself. So you don't have to tell me that it was my fault. No, it was my fault that you were not able to do all those things. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, type 3. Okay, type 3 are the great managers, leaders, no? Just like number 8. Okay, number 3, I am successful. I am a winner. I am impressive. I go for the goal. There's threes want to be seen as someone who is successful and attractive. They will present themselves as popular and accomplished, even if internally they feel they're lacking. Okay, so these are accomplished people, and they are after, having a good image. So kung makakita tayo ng mga leaders na parang, don't say that, baka anong sabihin nila? Me as a leader, ganito, ganyan, di ba? Parang mga ganon, di ba? Parang, no, don't show that. That will tarnish my image. So number 3 is very much concerned about that. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so number 3, ito yung mga very dignified people. Kasi nga, again, image, very focus sila with their image. So they can be, professional, polished, peacocking, bragging, smooth, trendy, competent, or mentoring. So parang, hey, look at me, I can do all these things, with so much dignity and with so much, So what's the energy of number 3? They can be very tough. People will say, nako, that person will not be affected by this. Wag na nating sabihin kasi he might not understand or she might not understand. Hollow, steely, energetic, high-powered, glossy, chameleon-like. What does that mean? Chameleon-like, because they protect their image. So whoever they're facing, parang mag-aano sila doon, parang okay. Okay, sige. Parang for lack of a better explanation, no? Parang for example, kung sino yung famous, number 3 would, go parang connection. I'm associated with this person. Yay! I'm close to this leader. Yay! So parang ganon. So so yun yung pagiging chameleon type nila kasi they're after, showing a good image. Pero parang if you're not able to manage that, where is authenticity there, right? Where is authenticity there? A true leader knows how to be authentic. So it's going to be a struggle for number 3 to show authenticity. Okay, conflict style. Number 3 can also be arrogant kasi magaling talaga ang mga number 3. They're achievers. They are achievers. As in, so when they say they know something, they know something. Papatunayan nila kasi they're after, sustaining that image na magaling ako. Okay, so can you imagine arguing with someone who has that self-image na papatunayan ko na akong tama kahit saan tayo mapunta, 'di ba? So parang parang na tayo, parang what's that, dead end na kaagad. Kasi how do you argue with someone who's not aware that he appears to be that to other people? Okay, undermining, okay, narcissistic. narcissistic tendencies. Okay, we all have that. I mean, especially when we overdo, when we overdo thinking about ourselves, or thinking about thinking of our own possessions and all. We all have that. But si number 3, yun yung magiging struggle niya. Na parang, wait, this is not about me. This is about other people. Okay, this time it's not about me. It's about other people. Okay, so 3s are triggered when they feel undervalued, okay, or dismissed. So dahil nga parang, dapat, parang yung self-image includes, I am important, I am needed. So once you make 3s feel na, your opinions are not, your opinions are not important. So that's when number 3 will feel, okay, parang there's nothing here. I will not grow here. So we have to be, aware of that. They may become angry when their success in being driven are misunderstood or undermined. Okay, so resolving conflict with number 3, try to set aside 2 predeter. What's that? Ang liit. Let me read that. Predetermined amount of time to discuss problems. Don't allow them to smooth things over with promise or apologies if they don't understand the situation. Okay? Sometimes kasi parang, sige na, parang matigil na lang, di ba? Tsaka, so that people will not, will not see this, this mess. Sige na, sorry na. But deep inside, it's not yet settled, right? So, if in a relationship with them, try to appreciate the hard work they put in, but emphasize the importance of relationships. Again, sometimes it can be the driving force is their own image. For example, yung mga family na, let's not discuss family issues. Let's not discuss with other people. Baka sabihin nila hindi okay yung family natin kasi we're experiencing all these or teammates, let's not discuss this with other departments, baka sabihin nila yung department natin hindi kayang gawin tong mga to, di ba? So image always driven by that, no? Help number 3 to feel comfortable with expressing feelings rather than just the facts, as this is a method they utilize to prevent feeling too much. Okay, so parang, let's just discuss facts, let's not discuss feelings. Kasi number 3s do not want to be vulnerable because it will tarnish their image, because their image is, I am strong, I am, I'm dignified and all. Okay, sige, let's go to the next slide, 35. Okay, number 4. Okay, image type of number 4. So number 4 is the parang hardcore artist of the Enya type, no? So for number 4, yung image statement niya is, I am intuitive, I am deep, I am creative, I am different, I am correct. 4s want to be seen as special and creative and will exaggerate their differences to cover over feelings of being ordinary or mundane. So, ito yung mga medyo kakaiba talaga. We can see them, the way they dress up, the way they talk to you, the way parang may artist's temperament talaga ang number 4. So parang, and they're very fascinated about death. Parang they see death as something beautiful. And when I talk about life, when I talk about death, parang I see beauty in it. So pag dinismiss, for example, can you just imagine pag nag-meet si number 8 and number 4, si number 8 parang these are the facts, and number 1 also, these are the facts. Tapos si number 4 parang no, parang iba yung wire ng head niya na parang because he's very creative, parang hindi siya magsistick to one standards. I can see these things in a different way. Don't tell me what to do. I have ways of doing my work, diba? So sometimes andun yung conflict. Si number 1 boss would say all these things, follow these standards. And then yung subordinate mo is number 4, who's very creative, who sees things differently. Who sees, kasi yung mindset niya, I am different. I am no ordinary. Diba? So number fours can be, can have a difficulty following certain standards because they have their own unique standards, and that's very strong in them. Okay, let's go to slide number 36. Okay, so talk style of number 4. Okay, breathy, lamenting, metaphorical, haughty, symbolic, socializing, discriminating. So because they feel that I am different, I will talk different with so much then drama and all. Ganon si number 4. And then the energy that number 4 exudes: fluid, flowing, poised, sensitive, intense, emotionally charged, melancholy. Ito yung talaga they have that drama in life. Parang, I want to enjoy the sunset. I want to enjoy the beach. Parang ganon. Iba yung dating sa kanila. For example, with number 7, pag sinabi mong beach, that's adventure. I'll just swim and just enjoy. Pero si number 4, when you say beach, I love the sunset. I'll talk about how I feel when I see the sunset and all. So, ito lang yung struggle, no? Knowing that this group of people are, engineers, mathematicians, scientists. Medyo the struggle to deal with these kinds of personality will really be, true. Kumbaga, the struggle is real with this person when you but again, with a certain kind of openness, with a certain kind of parang understanding the soul of another person, I think you will see the authentic beauty of number 4. So number 4 are beautiful people, but they can also be undecisive. Okay, resolving conflict with number 4. Don't try to have a complete rational discussion, okay? Devoid of emotional content. So, yung mga facts lang, it will not work with number 4. You have to be able to hit the emotion of number 4. You have to be able to tell him, yeah, I'm trying to understand how you're feeling in this aspect. And then you parang, basically, you work with number 4 with so much feelings and emotions. That's where you will understand each other. Try to recognize their intuitive insight while still maintaining your own personal truth. Fours like to tell other people what they are feeling, and they are usually onto something. So there are people who are parang, or we have friends na parang, I want to talk about how I feel about this this situation. Tapos yung isang person, wait, I'm too busy to actually think about all those things. Diba? Can you imagine kung si leader mo, very busy with all the paperwork, with the administrative work, and then you have a subordinate who's number 4, now wanting to express how I feel about all these changes. I mean, pag na-dismiss sila, they will have that parang automatic feeling, I am not being heard here. And then, mas magagalit na. Diba? Parang, I am not being listened to in this institution. Diba? So, things like those. Okay. Let's go to number 37, type 5. Okay. Image statement, I am knowledgeable. I need more time. I am intelligent. I think I am different. 5s want to be seen as intelligent, rational, and idiosyncratic. They may cultivate intelligence to cover over feelings of insecurity. Okay, now, ano yung difference ni 5 kay number 3? Who's also very good, no? Very good leader and all. But with number 5, he's really parang he's actually the wise among the types. True wisdom. When number 5s tell you, I have research on this, you have to believe that. Kasi sila number 5, talagang they will really gather facts, information before they face you. So imagine a number 4 working with a number 5, talking about, feelings and all. Tapos si number 5, no, based on research. it's not parang it's not true based on and then number 4 cannot say no, I don't care about your research. Diba kasi si number 4 cares about my feelings. I don't care about the research. I care about my feelings, diba? Number 5, when number 5 says, but I thoroughly researched on this. I know this is how it operates because this book said it's like this and all. Number 5 is the best person to listen to when it comes to facts, data, information, and of course, wisdom. Kasi number 5 is the most wise of all types. Okay, but number 5 also is the type of person who needs space, physical and yung metaphorical space. Number 5 does not want you to parang dictate or tell him what to do kasi in number 5's head, I know what I'm doing because I have research about this. I have research about this. So number 5 needs time to process emotions kasi they're based on, data, information, research na talagang based on studies. So, pag pinasukan mo siya ng emotion, give him time to process it. It's not that emotionless ang number 5. It's just that give him time to process it. When you're talking about, things with so much emotion, give him time to process it. And usually sila number 5, sila yung very quiet type, observant. So if you know a team member who's just, listening all the time when there's argument, when there's discussion, tapos pag nagsalita sila, sobrang, wow, sakto yung sinabi. Kasi it came from the fact that they listened first, they gathered information first, right? So kaya sila yung pinaka-wise among all the numbers. Okay? So number 5 can be very technical. Okay? Can be very technical. Pag sinabi nilang, that's not the data shows. Believe them. Believe them. Don't contradict because they know what they're saying in terms of that. They can appear to be very emotionally detached. Okay, so it's not that they don't like you. It's not that number 5 do not like to be with people. It's just that that's their facade, no? Kasi parang alam mo yun, parang very cognitive kasi very cerebral si number 5. So their tendency is to appear very emotionless, but they're not. They have emotions too. Okay, they're high-strung, know-it-all, idiosyncratic also. So know-it-all kasi they really know everything kasi they read a lot. They gather information in their own ways. Okay, the energy that they exude, prickly, detached, disembodied, contained, cerebral, removed, and remote. So ito talaga yung mga, just leave me alone. I will do my work. You don't have to micromanage me. I will do my work, promise, and I will deliver. I can discuss with you the methodologies I use, to come up with all these things that I have. So conflict resolution tayo with number 5. Try to maintain some emotional stability while arguing with number 5s. 5s like to keep to the facts of a situation and will detach when emotions get too heated. Okay? So, meron niya na sobrang high, for example, si number 2. When number 2 argues, talagang wow, very emotional. Tapos itatapat mo siya sa number 5 na parang very frustrate si number 2. Oh my God, you don't understand what I'm saying. And then number 5 will say, I fully understand. It's just that that's not my talk style. No, parang when expressing my emotions and all. So there's a mismatch. If you're not aware that, hey, this is a number 5 who does not, number 5 will not take it against you if you are parang full of emotion and all. It's just that don't expect number 5 to do the same thing. So, to express it the same way number 2 is expressing their feelings. Okay. Walk away from the argument if you are too emotional, as you will be unlikely to get a response. Di ba frustrating yun? Di ba yung parang binibigay mo na lahat na emotion mo, tapos you will see someone who's just very, parang poker face pa sometimes, parang, diba? It's frustrating. So if you don't know how to deal with a number 5, mafo-frustrate ka if you're a number 2 with so much emotion. Tell them that you are feeling hurt or that your feelings are hurt without expecting them to do something about it. They become angry when they are emotional expectations. Don't let them use knowledge or arrogance as a weapon and remind them that you are a person, not a robot or a computer. Diba? So just don't expect them to express the same way you do, because in terms of emotion, this is their struggle to really be vulnerable in front of people. But this is not because he does not want to reciprocate the emotion that you're showing, but it's just that ganyan talaga sila, number 5. Okay, let's go to number 6. Image statement. I am clever, I must be safe, I am loyal, I am harmless, I am real. 6s want to be seen as responsible, clever, and loyal. They may cover feelings of insecurity with ingratiating niceness or sweetness or rebellious provocativeness. So they can be very charming. They can be very charming. I will tell you, I will not argue with you. I do understand. But deep inside, they have a lot of questions. They have a lot of criticism. No, that's not true. So ganyan si 6s. 6s are parang, they're anxious people, very natural anxious people sila. Parang, oh, what will happen if we do this? So parang, I am thinking, if we are trying to adapt the design thinking skills, si number 6 lagi yung may question. Number 6 will always say, no, baka pag ginawa natin yan, ganito yung mangyari. It's natural for them. If you try to see it in a different perspective, you will see that 6s are just, sila yung parang, what do you call that? They challenge what they see because they're really scared. They're really scared. But for me, it's a good thing for us to parang more or less reflect. Okay, sige. I know that in design thinking, we're supposed to, create, innovate, but we also have to consider other things. And we have to listen to 6s when they say, wait. Yun, devil's advocate. They can be devil's advocate sometimes because the motivation is really fear. Fear of maybe change, fear of the new things that they will not be able to So parang, di ba, pag when you're trying to implement something, lagi may kokontra ka agad. Not because kontra talaga sila, but because they're just anxious about the changes that will happen. So maybe you can check on that, where people are coming from, why they're criticizing a new system, a new program. Are they just really anxious, or talagang hindi lang talaga? Parang people were not consulted. Diba? Parang the program was not based from what the people need at this point. Okay, sige, let's go to the next slide. So, si number 6, dahil very anxious siya, she appears to be, di ba, parang he or she would put humor in everything. Parang, parang matatawa, gusto niya na lang tawanan yung fear niya. Pero legit, there's fear inside. Parang siguro pag sinasabi mo, okay, we will implement this new program that this department is this department will roll out, and then number 6 would respond this way. Parang, ano naman yan? Ano naman yung change na yan? Nakaka-nervous na, parang hindi pa kami tapos dun sa isa. Meron namang but with that, nakikita niyo yung openness na, oh sige, I'm willing naman talaga, but I'm just really scared how it's going to affect me, how it's going to affect my team and all. Okay? And so, dahil sometimes all those things just happen inside their head. Okay? 6 can be a potential potential, ano ba, yung nagkukudeta sa administration. Kasi parang they cannot manage the fear. So ang ano ko na, no, we can't do that. Talagang sila yung magko-contradict and all. In a way, it's good. Kasi they're seeing something that we are not seeing. Especially, for example, number sevens. Number sevens, very ano siya, impulsive. Very impulsive ang number 7. When I think of something, let's implement this. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting for other people. With number 6s, sasabihin nila, wait. Let's just let's wait patiently. Let's ask the people. Yan yung mga number 6. But if that is not honored, number 6 will be the first one to rebel against something that he or she can't understand. So, if you feel that pasaway itong employee na to, let's try to see where that employee is coming from. Maybe this employee is not really getting what they're being asked to do, or does not really understand why this program has to be implemented. Kaya sila nagre-rebel against it, right? So, more explanation for number 6, more hand-holding with number 6 and say, it's okay, we will be with this. Okay, we will all be together in journeying through this new program. Kasi natural anxious ang number 6. Okay? So number 6, mentally active, hypervigilant. Kasi parang, naku, tingnan nga natin saan papalpak tong bagong program na to. So they have that. So pag nagpalpak, sabi ko na nga, because they did not listen to me. Ganyan. Diba? So they can be suspicious kasi they always doubt the intention of other people. Kasi they are, okay, ang isa pang fixation in number 6 is that number 6 always wants to be safe. I am after my safety, and if something disturbs that safe space, I will rebel. I will get mad. I will not cooperate. Okay, so conflict style, vacillating, blaming. So si number 6 dahil nga unsure siya minsan and he's too anxious, nag-vacillate siya. Parang ano ba talagang gusto ko? Gusto ko naman to pero parang natatakot ako. Oh no, I don't like. But diba? Para so kailangan siya talagang hand-holding. No, we'll be able to do this. We are all in this together. Diba? And so ang tendency ng number 6 is when something goes wrong, he'd blame and say, sabi ko na nga diba? Sabi ko na nga, diba? Hindi niya na nga naintindihan It was not explained to him. So, the natural tendency, see, I told you, hindi yan mag-work. Kasalanan mo yan Tapos si number 6, they're after following leaders talaga. They can be very loyal followers. So, they can be very fanatic and at the same time, yun na nga, yung opposite of that rebellious. Kung ayaw kita kasi I don't believe in you. But when 6s, when you gain the loyalty of 6s, all throughout, as in until the end, they will fight for you. So they're good followers actually. So if you have a subordinate that's a number 6, get to know that person because he or she can be your ally. Okay. Resolving conflicts, admit any ulterior motives, try to stay calm, but don't dismiss them. Find common ground and ally their fears of abandonment or anger. Do not get lost in their arguing circle. It feels like a marathon walk away. Hold your opinion, but don't be stubborn about seeing their points of view. Don't insult their intelligence or flatten or appease them. Don't try to win. This will only escalate the argument. Don't ever tell a number 6 to calm down. Diba, nagpa-panic na sila. Parang ano naman itong new program na to? Oh my God, I can't understand. Ang dami-dami na. So don't say, huy, relax ka lang. You ask, what is something that's scaring you the most? What is so scary about this new program? I want to know. Because when they say, you will see the wisdom, valid naman yung fear. So maybe I can focus on explaining to people when I talk to, for example, a big assembly. Kasi may nag-bring out yung issue na yun, right? Na valid yung fear. So number 6 can be relied upon. Sorry, it's already past 12. You can get your food if you're hungry already. We'll just finish this. So in the afternoon, we can just have discussion and another activity. If you're hungry, go get your food. Okay? Sige, number 7 will be done actually. Image statement of a number 7. I am free, I am exciting, I am entertaining, I want it all, I am positive. 7 wants to be seen as interesting, entertaining, and fun. They may cover over feelings of inferiority or fear of boredom with big plans and interesting stories. So these are people who will be with you when you come up with new programs. They will be the ones who say, wow, that's so exciting, let's try that. While number 6 will say, wait, sandali lang, bagong programs na naman. Number 7 will say, go, let's do that, without even understanding what's gonna happen. Gonna happen. So you're using number 7. So in a group, you need number 7 to actually parang energize people and say, no, let's believe in the goodness of this project. Because sometimes, even if they don't understand it, because it's something new, it's exciting for them and it's good for them. So, but try to balance it with the anxiety of number 6 and the order and the vision of number 1. Kasi si number 7, go, 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 parang let's do this without even planning. Parang, so how do we implement this? Good ideas. Number 7 can give you bright ideas. But when you ask number 7, so how do we implement this? Number 7's weakness will be, wala pa akong plano. I just thought of it because I thought it was fun. So when you are in that position na talagang implementing programs, coming up with new programs, yes, it's good to have a number 7 in your team kasi you need a cheerleader and say, yeah, this is going to work. But you also need a number 1 and a number 6 to balance perspective and say, this is how we do it. Ito yung order. These are the things that we need to accomplish, right? Okay, so since the number 7 is the most joyful, no? Most joyful personality in Enneagram, we have to tone that down sometimes. Yung excitement in number 7, we have to tone that down sometimes. So number 7 has high energy, fun-loving, entertaining, storytelling. They like to tell stories, and you will be captivated with how they tell stories. So ano yan? So I'm thinking, if you are going to implement a new program, make a number 7 talk about it. Kasi people will believe. People will say, yeah, that's nice. They will say that. They will have, pero when you want people to see how it's going to happen, get a number 1 and tell number 1 to present the logistics. Because number 7 cannot do that. Okay? So there. So number 7s are restless sometimes, okay? Kaya gusto nila exciting. I want new things. I want, all these fun activities and all. They can be restless sometimes. Pwede natin pakinabangan yung restlessness nila kasi sila talaga magka-come up ng new ideas. But again, when it comes to doing the logistics, the nitty-gritty, the dirty work, let number 1 do that. Let number 1 do that. Okay, so conflict style of number 7. Fleeing, disinterested. Okay, so wait. For example, si Amphi, her work is to really, come up with projects and all these programs. Number 7 will support you. Yes, that's exciting. But when number 7 feels that, eto na naman, walang bago. How do we modify this? Number 7s will be the first ones to complain and say, how can we modify this? This is getting boring. Diba? We have to honor those kinds of personalities who tells you that the first idea was great, Pero as you do it over and over again, it bores people, right? So it's kind of feedback from number 7 when you see the number 7's very restless already. Okay, but number 7's can be very arrogant too. They can say, ano ba yan? Ang boring naman yung idea na yan, di ba? So parang ang boring naman. But the goal is, how can you make number 7 believe that this is a great idea? This is a beautiful idea. So how can you help me? How can you help me tell this to people that, hey, I need your energy. I need your cooperation, right? So 7s are triggered by feeling trapped or limited and may try to flee the conflict or may react explosively to break free of negativity. So number 7 can be great cheerleaders, but if you feel na number 7's creativity is not being utilized, number 7 will rebel against you. Diba? Kasi number 7 has pwede sila mag-work ni number 4 and number 7 in terms of creativity. Pero si number 7 kasi may pagka ADHD. That's the right word. ADHD ang energy ni number 7. So, what's needed with number 7 is that don't make them feel na dyan ka lang, stuck ka dyan sa idea na yan, because number 7 will get mad. And if you don't allow them to explore. So, kung si number 1, very strict na follow guidelines, follow rules, you cannot tell a number 7 to follow all those rules kasi mare-restless siya. And number 7 will rebel against you as a follower. Okay, try to allow number 7 to have their own space, but hold them to a time when the conflict can be resolved. 7s will flee at difficulty and let them know how this affect you. I can remember, parang arguing with a number 7. Ikaw, for example, with so much anger and emotion, si number 7, siya yung very dismissive of that. Parang, no, I will not listen to you. Walk out, okay, magpapalamig. Pero it doesn't mean that number 7s do not understand what you're saying. It's just that that's not the kind of energy they can tolerate. Kasi si number 7, very positive lang siya eh. So if the environment is very toxic for number 7 will walk away. So if sometimes you encounter someone who likes walking away from you, of course you ask, what made him or her walk away? Or you can also ask, what did I say that made him walk away? What did I say that triggered him or her? Okay? Sige. Let's go. We're now in number 8. Yay. Okay. Image statement of number 8. I am strong. I am a survivor. I am in charge. So very bossy ang mga number 8. Very leader type, actually. Very leader type. I will protect everyone. So if number 2's motivation is the great love that she has in her heart, si number 8, I will protect you because I am strong. Si number 2, I will protect you because I love you. Right? So same situation but different motivation. Okay, 8 see themselves as strong and in charge. They want others to recognize their strength, and to the extent they feel vulnerable, they will project more power. So, number 8s have difficulty showing vulnerability. So, once you meet a number 8 who's trying to, be real with their emotions, that number 8 is really parang going out of the box. Kasi yung na-box na si number 8 that number 8 will not talk about emotion or will not show his or her weaknesses. But when number 8 say na, yeah, I felt this, I got hurt, and all those emotional stuff, that number 8 is a healthy 8. Okay, let's go to number 44. Okay, number 8, because the image of number 8 is I am strong, I am in charge. Number 8 can be very bold, direct, unemotional, matter of fact, brash, impactful, empowering, offensive, or limit pushing. Okay? So, dahil very strong si number 8, sometimes no filter. There's no filter anymore when this person talks, and then eventually nilang marirealize na parang, oh my God, what did I say? Parang what I said hurt that other person. So automatic yan sa number 8. When number 8 is angry, they will just say it without filtering. So if we're not aware, if we're not aware of that, we might, we will drive people away. And so the energy of number 8 is, I'm strong, solid, powerful, intimidating. Okay? Kaya nga number 8, usually sila yung mga nasa position talaga. Sila yung leader type. Okay? Empowering, irreverent, laconic. Laconic. Okay? Conflict style. Blustery, domineering, violent, unemotional, dismissive, uncaring, full of rage, vengeful. 8s are triggered by feeling of control or dominated by feelings of abandonment or disloyalty. 8s may become domineering, aggressive, incredibly cold when triggered. So, yung mga 8, since they like protecting people, they expect people to honor that. I protect you. Why are you not loyal to me? Diba? Parang ganon. So, if we are not aware of that, parang number 8s have the tendency to parang also demand from you na, I need your loyalty kasi pinoprotektan. Paano kung mali na? Are you still gonna say yes? Are you still gonna stay loyal to, for example, a leader who does not reflect the value of the institution you are in anymore? So you have to be able to, find the character of 6 there and rebel against that person who's not anymore, managing things well. Kasi si number 8, parang ang ano niya lang, I'm protecting you. You have to be loyal to me. So whatever it takes, you have to be, okay. Si Amphi may special comment, aggressive, cold when triggered. Yeah, parang dead mo. I'm not affected. What are you saying? I'm not affected. I'm not affected. But they're affected. It's just that their facade would show na I am not affected with what you're saying. Right? But again, just like what I've said, we have a healthy integration. Okay? The numbers that we can healthy integrate. Pero some other sessions na yun kasi we cannot finish everything now. Okay? Resolving conflict with number 8, stand your ground and do not waver in your opinion. They want someone who can hold their own against them. 8s will spar with people they love to test their strength. Try and set ground rules in argument with an 8 and don't be afraid to let them know if they hurt your feelings. This often surprises them. Try not to react to the intimidation tactics, but don't egg them on either. Okay, so you can be straightforward to number 8. She will understand that will not be taken against you. Kasi that's their language, no? That's their language. They appreciate people who can also be true with their feedback. Okay, number 9, we're in the last personality. I am peaceful, I am calm, I'm easy, I am drama-free, I am uncomplicated. 9s want to be seen as easygoing and peaceful and may deny problems or negative emotions to cover over secret feelings of anxiety or anger. So, sa mga number 9, sila yung chill. Chill lang talaga sila. Peacemaker. So, if there are conflict in the organization, put a number 9 to mediate because they're good mediators. They see both sides. Totoo yun when they say, I understand your point, but I also understand his point. Number 9 is best to mediate kasi they see it in an objective manner. So that's a tip. When you need to resolve conflict, put a number 9 in the middle kasi they're peace-loving and they will do everything, to keep that peace. That's why they don't want conflict. They don't want conflict. Number twos, they do not want conflict too, pero kasi ayaw nila na nako-question yung ability nila to love. That's why they don't want conflict. Parang, wag na tayo mag-away. I'll do everything for you. Wag lang tayo mag-away. Pero si number 9, when you say, let's not have conflict, because number 9 is trying to protect that peace. That peace. So, number 9, talk style. Let's go to the next slide. They're peacemaker. They're agreeable. So, yun naman minsan yung weakness na number 9. Dahil they're peacemaker, ayaw nila ng conflict, they'll just say yes. Tapos yun pala hindi sila agreeable to that. Parang, nag-yes lang siya kasi ayaw niya na pag-usapan. So, you have to check that also. Kasi number 9s need to be encouraged to say the truth. Okay? Don't just be a pleaser and just because you want to protect the peace. Because sometimes, yung absence kasi yes, there will be conflict, but it doesn't mean that we can't be peaceful with those conflicts, right? We can still live in peace, no? Knowing that there are messy things around us, but with number 9, at any cost, he will protect his peace of mind. Pero we have to make number 9 realize na if it's not helpful in the organization anymore, then let's try to challenge that peace. Because peace does not mean absence of conflict. Peace means knowing that we are different, but we're able to, peacefully coexist with each other. We're different. I don't have to be like you. But we have to respect each other. This is the truth. Hindi tayo pareho, and it's okay. Okay? So, conflict style of number 9, passive-aggressive. So, these people can be that person na parang hindi mo alam, galit na siya, na parang na-challenge na pala siya, but they will not tell you kasi they don't want to compromise that peace. Okay? They can be very stubborn, pacifying, occasionally explosive, sleepy. Sleepy. You know what sleepy? Bakit sila sleepy? Kasi they keep their anger within them. So because they're always angry and they cannot release it because they want to please people. Remember, they want to keep that peace. So they keep the anger inside. And so when they keep the anger inside, they're tired emotionally. So si number 9, lagi siyang natutulog kasi they're always exhausted emotionally, keeping that anger just to protect that peace. Minsan surface lang, 'di ba? So we have to make number 9 realize na it's okay to have conflicts. What's important is that we are here to, set aside our differences, talk about all these things. It's okay to have conflicts. Okay? So, don't attack aggressively or take blaming tone for number 9s. They will tune you out. So, remember, they like a peaceful conversation. So when you're resolving a conflict with number 9, don't try to boss this person around. Magsha-shut off siya. So try to acknowledge that they want to find a point of agreement between the two of you. 9s will be afraid of your anger and may become stubborn or withdrawn when you begin to show your anger. Assure them that your anger doesn't mean that you don't like or love them anymore, unless, of course, you don't. But that's important to resolve the issues. So just assure them that, we're just trying to resolve this conflict. It doesn't mean that I don't like you as a person. Kasi si number 9, yung unhealthy integration niya is number 6. So number 9 can also be very anxious pag may conflict. What's gonna happen? Are we going to break up? Or hindi naman mag-work tong institution na to because all these things are happening? You assure 9, it's okay. Conflicts are natural. It's okay. Let's just talk about it. Let's set aside our differences, right? Okay. So there, before we go for lunch, okay, I want you to reflect on this. What have you learned from the Enneagram wisdom about yourself? About yourself muna, not about others, okay? about yourself. And then when you're able to reflect on that, reflect on how, okay, do you or can you now observe others or other situation with more compassionate understanding. So as you eat your lunch this late, think about this. And I'll see you again. Amphi, what time are we going to go back to our link?
1:30. Okay lang?
Okay, sige. To give them more time to digest everything, no, the food and the information that we discussed this morning. Okay, thank you for listening. You can
Thank you
have
for
your lunch.
this morning session, Miss
Yeah.
Tin. We also thank everyone for the understanding. We went beyond lunch talaga. But if you're in Cagayan de Oro, I hope you receive your lunch. We, I think, tried to arrange with other campuses as well. I hope medyo na ay with our HR. Salamat po. So hope okay lang po. We can stay here in Zoom, but we are also going to open this again by 1:30. We also have lunch at Claveria, ma'am. Thank you po, Sir Leo, for confirming kasi we tried to also arrange that. Salamat kaayo, no? Salamat sa understanding that so again, siguro magmuni-muni while we're taking lunch. What have we learned from the Enneagram about ourselves? Daghan kay kog na but I wanna also acknowledge Miss Tin na yeah, I can be very aggressive. I can also be looking intelligent, but I have insecurities na sa ako lagi to siya dawaton tanan. Again, ato-ato ra ni diri no 50 city ra man gyud ta diri sa ayon na lang sa ni siya dala sa uban kana siya kay char for using Enneagram. How do you or can you now observe others or situations with more compassion and understanding? Again, because we are working with a community, knowing ourselves and understanding others, and then how we meet halfway, yun yata yung talagang pinaka-point here. I'm not going to ask Sir Ire Jade to be a number of where I am, but it's more of trying to understand them, what they are, and I'm excited with the sharing later, no? Kung ano yun, so that I can understand and how I can relate with them in the future, no, with more compassion and understanding. So, salamat Miss Tin. Hearts for Miss Tin. Let's have lunch talaga muna. I hope po, if you did not have your lunch, please text me kung wala na deliver man sa inyong mga opisina. Kaya ato ading hangyoon ang HR no to deliver that. Salamat Miss Tin.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Hoping po 1:30 we can start on time. Thank you Miss Tin.
Okay.
Salamat. Let's take time, no? So busy ang environment. That's why we wish na sana this environment would be a sort of away from the workplace, but again we're limited, no? We're still in a pandemic, and that's the reason why let's just make do of our remote and online training and via Zoom and that. So we're going to, what's our next, Ma'am Tin? We're going to a breakout, or are we going to proceed to your...
Thank you, Ampia. Welcome back to all of us. I hope you really enjoy the free lunch that USTP sent you. So, yay! I like that. Yung idea na you're really being taken care of. So, before we leave behind the the topic of Enneagram. I would like to thank the person who gave the definition of Enneagram. We were rushing already, no. I didn't realize that I did not define the word Enneagram. So Eric, thank you for putting the definition in our chat box. So thank you. That was very helpful. And before we finally, set this aside, I just want one sharer to more or less answer these reflection questions. So very short lang because we're also running out of time. One lang. Please. Sino kaya? Kasi si Jasmine lang yung naka-video. I don't get to see everyone, and it's very tempting to just rest after eating. I know that. Okay, maybe just one sharing, or I'll call. That's what you do with your students, right? You call them for recitation. Maybe can I ask the insight of Mary Ann? Mary Ann, are you here with us? Are you here? Hi, Mary Ann. She's not here. Maybe still relishing the lunch. Sige. Who else? Cecilia Pangan. Are you here, Cecilia? Yeah, hi.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Yes. My sharing is what have you learned from the Enneagram? That was so. What you call this? That was a nice experience, no? And knowing the different types of personalities, the different types of individuals, especially when you tend to define or describe that person. Number one is like this. It seems that in every in every person or in every number or label, you tend to say na, it seems that I'm like this. It seems that and then every time you see another
Yeah.
personality, you tend to relate again that it seems that murag ganito din ako, or it seems that I'm like this. So parang ganon, you tend to relate yourself. But I really appreciate that that Enneagram, no, that you will know more or deeper yourself as well as others. And then from there, you will have a deeper understanding also of the other personality as well. So that was a very a really nice self-awareness tool for me. That's
Thank you,
all.
Cecilia. Thank you. You know what? I am glad that Cecilia was confused where to place herself in the 9 types, because, and also Ampi, because it's an indication. It's an indication that you actually have a healthy sense of yourself. You know why? Kasi the core does not show anymore, but your healthy integration with other people, with the other numbers. So make sure lang that when you're able to identify with the other numbers, not the unhealthy traits, but the healthy traits. So it's really possible that you will not be able. Wait lang, I will remove my pin. I'm distracted with my face there. I'm able to see everyone. Okay. Make sure that you are able to identify with the good traits, because after all, when you talk about Enneagram traits, these are divine traits. These are holy traits. So that's the idea of it. Holy traits, divine traits. And I think, we are all convinced that we are made to be those kinds of people of peace, love, and joy. So as long as you're able to place yourself with that kind of peacefulness in your heart, it's also okay na hindi mo na makita yung core mo. But what's good is you are fully aware of your core, because you will, parang you will know your tendencies and you will know how to manage them. For example, I was so touched a while ago when Amphi said, oh sige, parang self-proclaimed number 8 siya, but she's not trying to make the people around her to be like her, as in with the same personality and all. But really, the beauty of Enneagram is, continuously working on yourself, being aware of what's lacking with me, or better yet, parang what's beautiful about my number and how will I be able to manifest that? Because again, these are divine traits. So definitely kahit anong number mo, there is beauty in all those personalities. Okay? Sige. Now, let's go to slide 48, Amphi. We are going to have a breakout session again. This time talagang kailangan natin i-rush, no? It's okay. What we're doing now is actually a sampler. So you can do it on your own time. You can do it kung feeling nyo you have more time to reflect, no? I just wanna show you na these are tools. These are strategies that we can actually use. So let's go to the instruction, the next slide. For activity 2, so we more or less have an idea already that when we talk about self-awareness, we're not only talking about how we know ourselves, but how we are with other people. So very important. I've heard the words feedback, feedback, ano ba? You being honest with your take on someone. So go ahead, we encourage everyone to do that, but we have to do it in a proper way, because sabi nga ni Amphi, collegial dapat yung approach natin. So this time you can see that there are 5 questions. Okay, you don't have to share all of it. You can just choose one. Okay, you can just choose one to focus on, and then focus your sharing on that particular question that you chose in your group. So we will have the same groupings, no, Amphi? So this is actually an exercise for us to examine people's reaction and responses to us in a critical to us, no, in becoming more self-aware. Okay, reflect on the questions to help you have a glimpse of the impact you might be having on others. Okay, so this one we're going externally already. This is the part where I was referring to a while ago. Now we have to be courageous and also opening ourselves to what other people will say. This is not the time for bull session or attacking someone. Let's set aside our differences, but let's practice now, no? Parang, how can you give the message, say your message without being too harsh with your words and all, but really just seeing this person as someone who's asking for your view of him or her, and whatever you're gonna say, this person, you're giving this person the opportunity to use it to change or not do anything about it at all. I mean, you've done your part. So let's do this. Amphi, we'll just give you until ikaw, Amphi. Until what time are we going to give everyone?
Is this the last breakout session? Hindi.
Actually, meron pang isa, but I think we can shorten din the other one.
The last one.
20 minutes?
Yeah. Or 2:10?
Sige, 2:10. Okay. Sige, 2:10.
So these are just the guide question, but you can you can share one of the questions which you feel comfortable. Yeah. Again, let's also, if we can also open our camera when we are in the breakout session so that we can make our colleagues feel valued, feel heard, and listened to. And again, if I share later that, I'm like this and I tend to be insecure. I tend to feel bossy. I feel that other peoples do not like me. Sana naman this will not be taken against me, no? Na maulagi. Ana. And so that I feel safe in the and it's nice to be vulnerable because we all kasi if others are vulnerable, that means they felt safe. And this is a community. We're trying to understand one another, no, and empathize and show compassion. So that's that. No, let's take a screenshot of the questions and share what you can lang and which number you feel. I don't know, and then maybe in the breakout session, share 1-2 minutes so that we are also mindful that others will be able to have time to share. And of course, since we are all leaders, siguro diretso na lang, di na magtinulura kung kinsay sunod, dili mag-volunteer. Kay kung wala mo volunteer mo share, that means they still feel not safe with us. So we are all a work in progress here. We are all trying to be self-aware so that we can, be better individuals, but also better leaders talaga for our unit and for our college, for our campus. So I hope everyone have taken already the screenshot. We're opening now the rooms. Please proceed to your room. We'll be back after 25 minutes. Thank you, Tin, for understanding.
Yeah.
Sige po. Please click the number. Please tell us if there's no number that is shown on your screen. It depends kasi on if you have the most updated Zoom app. Sige po. Can we have everyone go to the room? We are requesting everyone who are on the plenary to please proceed to your room, please. Click the numbers flashing on your screen. Ma'am Miriam, Ma'am Elva, Sir Manny, Sir Jonathan, Sir Ruel, Sir Barbosa. Wait lang. Yes. Ma'am Weng.
Hi, Miss Amphi. I couldn't find my grouping.
Your number. Okay. Anong number ka kanina, ma'am? Ma'am Weng.
Okay.
Please click the number po that is on your screen. If you don't have that, please tell us. Miss Tin, we're back. Medyo
Yes,
over-
hello. It's okay. Bitin talaga bitin. I understand. So if you have if you have free time siguro before your meeting and all, you can discuss all these questions. And later on, I'm thinking para hindi na tayo ma-rush, I'll just give you the activity itself and do it in your in your most convenient time as a team. Okay? Para hindi tayo ma-rush. Okay? Sige, before we leave this part, okay, maybe I just wanna ask for someone's insight again. Parang what went on? How did you feel about the sharing? Jade. Hi, Jade.
Hi, Mom. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Ay,
good afternoon.
yes, Mom. I feel okay. This is a good, Mom, webinar or training or, workshop or activity in which, you will not do some of the office types. Just share what would you feel or what would your insights on this, and then what would be your number on the that you shared. But for me, I shared to them, po, is number 8. So I don't like to have more on the complicated, or I will just do the things so that everyone is safe or everyone is okay with the things. So I hope that later on po na this will be another session with you, Ma'am. This is a great thing po to share, and then to come up with, or to have an empty nasa like yes ganang kanina, but which is empty cup yun, so para release for those tensions that you have or feelings na I'm not enough, or I'm doing am I doing right, or am I doing a thing for my or is my personality really doing well, or it will hurt someone. So that this is a great session for, that's a great session also on sharing with Ma'am Angsi, and then Ma'am Isabeleta Woodwood for the things that we have done, the activity. So thank you so much, Ma'am, for sharing this. This is my first time to have this one, but thank you so much for sharing what would be my personality and what would be my weaknesses and wins, so that I really learned a lot. But I hope that this would be another session.
Yeah. Thank you, Jade. Alam mo, I think it's divine intervention na I called you. Kasi you've mentioned some questions. So parang you were thinking, am I doing the right thing? What's my impact to others? I think ang gandang segue to our next to our next slide. But yeah, bitin talaga. I was telling Amphi, malaki yung Enneagram, ha. So parang, pero sige lang, let's hi. Let's just parang give them a primer kasi talagang it's really helpful. I actually attended an international international coaching course for Enneagram, and parang before my knowledge of Enneagram, before attending that course, parang feeling ko limited pa rin pala, even if I read some books and all. But when you really attend it for coaching, for really helping people, amazing siya. So since Jade asked those questions, so parang I've got this sense that as the session is ongoing, she's doing some reflections already, no? And yung her own reflection, her own introspection. Actually, Tasha Eric said, based on their studies, introspection does not really help people to become self-aware. How contradicting is that, right? We know that we have to reflect on our own parang our own being, our personalities, and that's one way to be self-aware. But what Tasha is actually saying about introspection is that if we do not do it properly, the introspection that we're trying to talk about here, sayang the process. Now, it's important to be aware of the questions you ask yourself. So si Jade may mga questions sa kanina, parang ano ba, parang ano bang impact sa mga tao? Tama ba itong ginagawa ko? Diba? So tingnan natin yung quality of questions, no, that will really help us do introspection and reflection properly. Sige, let's go to the next slide, Ampi. Okay. Now, this part, okay, I hope to finish before 3 para I don't have to, parang kawawa naman kayo, sobrang busy na kayo and all. Simple, but practical. Okay, practical strategies how to cultivate self-awareness. And let's do this right away. Okay, first, I know this is not new to you anymore, the word mindfulness, but let's get a little deeper into our understanding of mindfulness. This is from John Kabat-Zinn. John Kabat-Zinn is a mindfulness expert. You can read his books about mindfulness and watch his videos. Sobra siya talagang relaxing, no, when you watch him. He said that mindfulness is an awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment in a non-judgmental manner, in the service of self-understanding and wisdom. So when we talk about mindfulness, we're not only talking about the meditation, the silent, the sitting still and all, but really in our ordinary, in the ordinariness of our days, we can be mindful. Like, for example, you're facing someone is talking to you. You can be mindful of the tone. You can be mindful of the message. Sometimes people will say something, pero they cannot really, parang they cannot really say ano talaga yung message nila. Maybe they lack words, or maybe, yung idea na, I don't want to offend people, so ayokong sabihin to kasi baka hindi okay sa kanya and all. We have to be mindful of these things, these little nuances, kasi that's when you will check, wait, why is this person not comfortable, or what's making this person not comfortable telling me the whole truth, right? The whole truth, or giving me an honest feedback. What does this person see in my face that makes him scared, of telling me ano yung mali with what I do, right? So all those things, it's a kind of it's a form of mindfulness. Mindfulness, Tasha calls this mindfulness in a non-meditative way. So, hindi lahat ng mindfulness is just meditation. Meditation is not for all, but mindfulness, everyone can practice that, okay? So, just be aware of those little things that you see from people. Yung blinking of the eyes, maybe pag nagsastutter na, when someone talks, right? Or when parang notice how people behave when you arrive. Diba? Parang, I remember this movie, what do you call that? The Devil Wears Prada, diba? He's the kind of boss na pag dumating na siya, parang nag-show away yung mga tao, diba? So, why? What makes people behave that way in his presence or in her presence? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is what I was telling you. We have to do introspection properly, because if we don't do it properly, it can cloud and it can confuse our self-perception. Okay, what makes it more effective for introspection? If you convert your questions, your why questions, to what questions. Okay, when we reflect, automatic sa atin, we will use the word why. You will say, why did I do that? We don't say, what was my intention for doing that? Hindi yun automatic. But when you're able to process it, parang, oh nga no, what was my intention? Kasi minsan, automatic talaga na, why did I do that? Why questions draw us to our limitations? What questions help us see our potential? So in this question, why did I do that? So what's the answer? You will root everything from childhood. Kasi nandun yung mga motivation mo, yung mga deep issues mo that's making you act this way, that's making you behave this way. You will root it from childhood. But when you ask yourself, what was my intention for doing that, for saying that, for showing this to this person? I think it's easier kasi it will make you see the things na pwede mo kaagad baguhin. Okay, wait. My intention was just to really clarify. Pero ano yung naging dating doon sa isang tao? I was attacking, I was criticizing and all. I was just really clarifying. So, convert our why questions. So these are the usual questions that we ask ourselves when we try to reflect. Why did it happen? Versus, what did I do that led to this? Okay? Kasi concrete, diba? What did I do that led to this? So maybe I shouted at her, that's why she showed me that kind of reaction and all. Okay? Why do I always do this versus what makes me choose to do this? There's judgment, no? When you ask yourself, why do I always do this? Or when you ask that same question to someone, why do you always do that? What do you expect? Anong answer nun, di ba? Parang I remember my first ever boss, my first ever coordinator. I was talking to a little kid, a 4-year-old kid, and that kid kasi pulled the fire alarm. So I was asking that, and that kid was panicking already kasi the fire alarm wouldn't stop. So I was asking, Tyler, why did you do that? So imagine that little kid crying already. I was asking pa that question, why did you do that? And then my coordinator heard me and told me, Tin, you don't ask questions that cannot be answered. So I realized, oo nga, no, what was the answer I was expecting from that little boy? I was asking him, no, why did you do that? So instead of that, parang you can ask, parang, what made you do that? What was your intention of doing that? Do you want to scare everyone? So parang ganun, no? Mas may concrete answer. Okay? So why questions stir up negative emotions? What questions keep us curious? Okay, so parang what made you do that versus to why did you do that? Okay, why questions trap us in our past? So that was what I was saying. Pag sinabi mong, why do I do this all the time? You have to go back to your past wounds and root. Bakit nga ba ganito ako magsalita? Versus to, okay, what led to that situation? Bakit ako sumigaw that point that I was talking to this subordinate and all? What questions help us create better future? Meaning, you check your actions right away and right away may resolution. So if this was not helpful, so I should not talk to people this way. I should not be shouting at people when I'm mad. I should not be, shouting at people when my standards are not followed, right? So all those things. Asking what questions instead of why questions forces us to name our emotions. Okay? Making the transition from who to what can make a difference between victimhood and growth. And we don't want to be the victim in the situation all the time, right? We want growth. When we talk about self-awareness, it's moving towards growth. And that growth will have to engage in the messiness of dealing with our own emotions. Okay? So that's how we do introspection. Okay? Next, let's go to the next slide. While we talk about mindfulness, our automatic response really is to be mindless. Okay, mindlessness is easier to choose as we occupy ourselves with distractions such as email, text, social media, and this decreases our happiness. You notice some people na parang you wanna have a quality time with that person, or siguro yung loved ones nyo or family members or even your boss, di ba? Sometimes talagang you want your boss to just pay attention to what you're saying, but they're just too busy, no? Sometimes sometimes they will say, I'm listening, but I'm just checking my email. But how can you feel that this person is really listening if this person, tumatawa si Ampi, if this person is really listening, is really into, knowing how you feel. If you're checking your phone, kasi automatic yon. When someone is checking your phone while you're talking, parang it sends a message na, hey, I'm not interested with what you're saying, right? So all these things require mindfulness. If your tendency is to hold your cell phones while someone is talking, check that. Just be mindful. Okay, maybe I have to keep this phone and really, kahit kating-kating na kayo, kunin yung telepono niyo and check sino na bang nag-email and all, pero umiiyak pa yung teammates mo. Diba? So you have to, you have, again, mindfulness is required there. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so we have mindfulness. Next strategy is reframing. We've mentioned this a while ago. We've encountered this already a while ago. Reframing is looking at our circumstances, our behavior, and our relationships from a new and different angle. Okay? For example, okay, this person na parang, especially with the knowledge of Enneagram, parang hopefully that knowledge of Enneagram will really open ourselves to seeing, parang what was the intention of this person for saying this? Versus to, grabe naman siya, ang sama, she said this about me, blah, 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 blah. But what was the intention? So let's reframe that. This person is giving me the opportunity to see what I am not seeing here. Instead of saying, attack mood lagi tong tao na to. And automatic na pag ako, lagi na lang ganito yung sinasabi niya, lagi na lang attack. Diba? Parang, again, may sense of victimhood doon. And we do not want that. That's not growth. That is not growth. If we want to really journey in our growth process, we have to be able to be courageous to say, what am I missing here? What am I not seeing here? Right? Okay. Next, comparing and contrasting. Okay. Staying in the present moment and examining the past. Now, when we say mindfulness, it's really just staying in the present moment and just being mindful with the little things around us. People's reactions, people's words, your own feelings and all. But Tasha is saying that we also have to balance it with, examining our past. That's where our biases lies, right? So sometimes may sinabi yung tao na parang hindi yan maganda. Tapos na-affect ka kaagad. Parang, inattack niya kaagad yung work ko. But without checking, na you have pala bias against this person. Why? Kasi this person reminds me of my mom. And my mom always puts me down. This boss reminds me of my dad, and my dad does not believe in my capabilities. So yun, when we say compare and contrast, yes, you are encouraged to stay in the present, being mindful, but you balance it with your knowledge of who you are in the past, what happened in the past that's making you react that way. Maybe you carry with you a lot of those experiences that were not processed, that were not really, discussed, that's making you behave this way, right? So comparing and contrasting past experiences to what is happening right now can give us immense clarity about the presence, okay? It's also good to see if there's a pattern, okay? For example, yung kind of projection or transference, it's a pattern of behavior. Di ba parang there is a certain personality na hindi tayo talaga mag-click. And why? Diba? What makes you not click with this person? Maybe this person is reminding you of someone in the past that hurt you, that broke you, diba? That caused so much trauma in you, right? So you have to balance that. Kasi this is a different person, definitely. This is a different person you're facing now. This is not your mom, this is not your dad, this is not your former boss na sobrang tiger mood and all, right? So we have to be able to do that. Okay, next slide. Daily check-in with ourselves. I know this is a routine with your students. Now you always check your students, but you begin with yourself. Okay? And these questions will help you, no, with that daily check-in. And that daily check-in will, parang can happen naman any time of the day na talagang gusto mo lang, especially, okay, this is a big part of mindfulness. Parang just checking in with yourself. Parang, okay, I'm going to have a meeting. Example lang, this is just an example. I'm going to have a meeting with Amphi. But you have to check, okay, how do I feel now? Maybe I carry with me my anger with this teammate. You have to be aware of that kasi baka pag nagsalita na si Amphi, ma-attack mode mo rin siya kasi hindi mo alam na you're carrying that. Naiinis pa ako dun sa isa eh. Tapos, I'm going to hear the same words from you. Diba? Parang, so yun. So, you have to check how am I feeling now? Parang what emotions do I carry before I begin with my class, before I meet with a particular person, or before I talk to a student, right? So good yan. So reflection, how did I do today and how did I feel about how today went? What were my high points and low points? These are very simple activities that you can do with your teammates before beginning or before starting with a meeting. Diba? You can just ask each one, so what's your high point? What's your low point? And, I've worked with a group of teachers and they shared na this mattered to them. Yung they will be asked how they are before really talking about work. Kasi 'di ba may mga leaders talaga na they go straight to the things that they need to discuss about work without considering nasa na ba ano namang nararamdaman tong mga taon to, baka naman talaga crawling na sila or dragging themselves to work. And also maybe it would help, no, just ask yourself, what are your high points or low points? You can ask that as a team and you can ask that question to yourself. What are my lights and dark moments today? It's the same. What worked and what did not? So that's a very simple evaluation question. What did go well? What did I learn? And how will I make smarter choices tomorrow? So walang judgment. You don't tell yourself, you're so stupid for doing that. You're so stupid for making that decision. Again, no judgment. Okay, set aside those biases, just be mindful and ask yourself, how can I make things better? How can I make things better? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Oh, this one is one of my favorites, no? Our powerful narratives. That's why I told Amphi, let's make people share. I mean, it's going to be awkward kasi magkakaiba kayong departments, but when we get used to, sharing our stories, just letting other people see your vulnerabilities too, you are sharing a very powerful material from yourself. Okay, life story approach helps you look backward to learn how the sum total of your past has shaped you. And the things that shape you or define you can be an inspiration for other people, right? Can be the way you cope, you struggled, the way you manage yourselves during the pandemic, during the setup, can inspire other people who are about to give up already. So whenever you have the chance to share your stories, your struggle, your narratives, go ahead, do that. Okay? Do that. Kahit minsan nako-conscious kayo, na-anxious kayo about the idea of what will this person say about me now? What will this person say about me now? Parang kakahiya, nalaman nila yon. But I mean, give them the opportunity to learn from your story. Okay, and then it's also good, no, when we talk about our powerful narratives, look at the pattern of your life. Okay, some coaches parang see it, parang may mga labels sila about the patterns of our lives, no? Parang merong tragic. Ayaw naman natin yung tragic ba? Tragic yung pattern ng buhay niya. Pero what I love is the redemptive stories, story of redemptions. And I was able to identify with that. Na, yeah, my life story is a story of redemption. bad things will happen, but I will be able to rise up from those bad things. And then everything will be, parang everything will fall into place and another struggle will happen. But again, because the pattern of my life is a redemption story, so parang hindi na, parang nandun na yung peace of mind na things will be okay. It happened before, but you were able to get through that. Remember, you were able to show this strength when it happened. So think about the pattern of your life. What kind of story do you create in your head? Is it a horror story? A horror story, action ba yan? Laging attack mode, laging galit and all? Or a story na very, parang shows a lot of redemption. Diba? Imperfect, but things fall into place, and that's when you realize, hey, my life is great after all. Right? And these are the stories we want our students to see from us. No, as they build their own stories also. Remember, these are young people who are trying to, navigate life na lacking pa of strategies, no, how to make things better. So showing that kind of that side of you will really empower them. Will really empower them. Okay, let's go there. These questions, just take a screenshot of these questions and do that on your own, in your own time, your most convenient time. Okay, I don't want to rush our reflection, but really, these are questions that will really help us, put direction into our introspection. No, very productive in introspection, not only blaming yourself because you're parang faced with your weaknesses pag nag-reflect kayo. So take a screenshot of those questions. Okay, now the last part. Okay, we'll be able to breathe already. The last part, when we talk about self-awareness, it's very important to hold on to your core values. I remember in one of my webinars, someone said, I am already tired with a job. And tired na rin siya dun sa environment niya dun sa institution that where she's working. And then sabi niya, how do I quit? How do I know that enough is enough? So talagang burnout na siya. And then I said, you know what? Talaga naman yun, di ba? Parang in every environment, you will really experience difficulties. You will really get tired. You will really feel, parang, do I still want to continue or not? But the question is, when you find yourself asking those questions, do I still continue or do I quit already? Will I grow in this environment or hindi na? Parang wala, mag-let go na lang ako kasi I need to find another environment wherein I can be who I am and an environment that will help me grow. Sinabi ko, focus on what's important to you now. Focus on what's important to you now. Apparently, that employee that's feeling that way, parang she feels that she's being forced to do things against her will. That's why may resistance, napapagod siya. So sinabi ko, what's important to you? You operate from your values. Kasi when you know what's important to you, if you know your values, it's easy to decide. Easy to decide. You can just say, no, I cannot do that. Sorry, that's not who I am. And that is something about integrity also, right? Integrity based from the knowledge of what you know is important to you, right? So this part, okay, I want you to, siguro I'll tell na lang Amphi that this part, because that's the end of the discussion about core values, but it's important to, talk about these things and see if your values are actually aligned with the institution you are in now. Because sometimes kaya may resistance, kaya merong conflict is because the values are not aligned, right? Parang feeling mo Hindi tama yan. Parang that's not what we are promoting here. But someone is still pushing for something na against those, for example, the school values, your own values, right? So it's important to talk about that. So understanding our values and our principles are our guiding points, no? How we want to live our lives, okay? Not only individually, but as a community. It should be, you should have your own set of values, and we hope that your set of values would align doon sa values ng institution where you are in now. Because it's easy to work with people with the same values, right? But it's a reality din naman that sometimes talaga someone will oppose. Differences are okay, conflicts are okay, but if values are not aligned, that's something we have to look into, right? Okay, kasi minsan perspective lang naman yung naiiba eh. But you value the same thing. For example, you value excellence. For this person, excellence is defined this way. For the other person, excellence is, no, we have to stick to the rules, to the guidelines and all. Kung yun yung kung magkaibang lang yung approach, okay lang yan. But if the other one values excellence and you don't, that's where the conflict begins, and that's where the trouble starts, no? So when you have the chance to talk about all these things, talk about what values you were raised with. Okay, so you will have to reflect, no? You have to go back to your childhood. Okay, does your current belief system reflect those values, or do you see the world differently than you were brought up to see it? So it's very important. Nag-change na ba? Pero ang core values natin really do not change. The core values do not change. It's your perspective that change. So you check that, okay? What are the most important events or experiences of your childhood in your young adulthood? How did they shape your views of the world? So definitely, these are good reflection materials kasi remember, you are dealing with the youth also. These youth are trying to establish their own, their own stories also. And the fact that they're very, they express that desire to have mentors, coaches, good to also find yourself, thinking or reflecting on these questions. Pag nagtanong sila, ready ka to answer that. Yan, when I was a kid, ganito rin yun, ganito yung nangyari sa akin. That made me, that made me see life this way. Diba? Okay. Sige. Let's go to the next slide. These are the list of core values. The PowerPoint, the slide presentation is with Amphi. So Amphi, I request that you, distribute this to the participants so they can reflect on this. And during their departmental meetings, before beginning with their meeting, maybe they can discuss this. And there's also the set of reflection questions, next slide, that you can use when you talk about your core values. And then, okay, we go to the last part. Okay, makakahinga na tayo. We go to the last part. Talking about all these things, the practical strategies of cultivating our self-awareness. I want you to type in the chat box, parang what resonated with you? What's the highlight for you, okay, of this session, okay? And the efforts of Amphi to put all these together, Okay, sige. Can we utilize the chat box? What was your highlight for today's session? What resonated with you? Reframing. Yeah, I also like that, reframing. Diba? Parang it's the same situation, but you look at it in a different way. Very refreshing siya. Okay. What else? Let's see. Reframing. Thank you, Remedios. Let's go. Let's type in our words. What resonated with you? Mindfulness, the non-meditative way, kind of mindfulness. Yeah. Okay, what else? Introspect. And we have to do that properly. Let's avoid asking ourselves the why questions. Instead, substitute it with what questions. Okay, next, who else? To be non-judgmental. Yeah, and to be non-judgmental means we set aside our biases. Okay, common understanding. Oh, yeah, common understanding comes with you knowing your values and seeing if your values are aligned with other people in the institution you are in. Appreciate more. Yeah, appreciate yourself. Appreciate all your efforts. Appreciate your own journey to self-awareness. It's not easy. It takes courage. The what questions instead of why. Yeah. 'Di ba? Sabi nga sa design thinking, it's a messy process, but you can, repeat until you get the design that you desire. And just like what we've said, no, we have our own human design, unique human designs, and we keep on improving and improving, like design thinking. Do not give up until such time that you see the most beautiful version of yourself. Okay, embedded tools, practice makes perfect. Love the what to. Okay, sige. Now, thank you, Amdi. Okay, yeah, thank you too. Okay, let's go to slide 64. Will show you the references. So if you want to read those books, they're wonderful. Please read them. It's about leadership and self-leadership. Okay, and the number 65 slide, actually this one, kasi parang from the idea of designs being logos for their designs. No, I want us to turn your values into logos that your teammates will proudly wear because it reflects their own too. So if you are going to create a certain logo, okay, for your values and for who you are as a person with a very unique human design, what would it be? Diba? What would it be? Maybe you can also do that reflection on your own. So kung may logo kayong i-create of who you are as a leader or who you are as a person, ano yung logo na yon? And then check who among your teammates are willing to wear the same logo. Okay? That ends our presentation for today. Thank you for being patient. No, nag-extend kanina. I'm sure kanina nagutom na kayo, but yeah, medyo mahaba yung session natin. Maybe we can have a part 2. Amphi, thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Tin. Can we give Miss Tin heart react kaya? Clap, tada react. What else are the reaction? Open mouth, heart. Ganon. I'm seeing a lot of hearts here, Miss Tin. Thank you so much for joining us. Medyo daghan mig ambition for this session. That's why it's kind of packed. However, it's basically the point here is parang modeling that we are all leaders kasi of our own colleges, our own campuses, our own unit, no, and of our own department and ano, no. So bale, it has been a clamor na sana, no, if we really listen, sana tao ang pagtanaw. So maybe we can begin with kamusta man ang mga tao before siguro ta mag-meeting, before sure ta may story of PCR targets, accomplishments, percentage, and ratings, no. That has been a clamor, and you will also see that sa mga posts sa ato ang mga kauban, no, na tao din ako, hindi ako robot, mga ana. So maybe it's time to listen. So this is modeling that in a community, it's nice to understand the different personalities, because even if murag hindi sila kaaya-aya, there are still good side and we can still appreciate mga ana, no. And while you were running down the different type o personality numbers, Miss Tin, may mga pangalan din na nagpa-flash ako ang mind. And aside from that, then I get to understand, ito pala yung how to talk to these people. They can be high strung, but this is how I can make them feel valued. I think that's important because we are a community. When you're working with a community, you cannot really avoid conflicts. We cannot really avoid rifts. We can also not avoid that there are people hindi natin masyadong feel, but we can always try to understand and be compassionate. So our request is maybe we can also make use of the reflection part in our meetings, be it duha ra man ang under sa atoa, or be it an entire campus, or be it an entire college, that we can also really see them as people, as teammates, no? Because again, we have goals. It's clear in our OPCR, but these are people and they need to be always motivated, and they also need warm coach leaders that are people as well. So thank you so much. Maybe ang next ani is about love languages, and maybe a part 2 of this one. It's still, I don't know. And of course, I'm seeing texts from siguro na mga comments na express sa others na, oh my God, why are they not here? I'm seeing also texts from co-administrators na sana they would want to join the next, because some are oddities and they really cannot be physically present and join us. So salamat kay sa nga tanan. I'd like to acknowledge, please allow me 2 minutes na lang, acknowledge the Office of the President, Dr. Cultura, for really still understanding despite so many. Kathy Carcosa, Irene in the Office of the President. I'd like to say thank you to the HR, Dr. Tito of the system, Dr. Palma of Claveria, and Dr. Pangan of Cagayan de Oro, and Syra, who's been always constantly communicating with us ahead in the HR. No, I'd like to say thank you sa mga CITL colleagues and teammates, Miss Leia, Engineer Wilfred, Engineer Carr, they're behind the scenes. Thank you for your assistance. I'd like to thank you, everyone in the Zoom. Ms. Tin, we have the president, we have the chancellors, the vice chancellors, the vice presidents, the deans, the directors, the heads, the department chairs. They're with us here despite sa hustle and bustle, no? Nag-try pa rin. And salamat Sir Ramil sa pawings ni mo diha. Naibog na dayon ko. Salamat Sir Ramila for joining. We thank you everyone, and we thank Miss Tin for joining us after this whole day. No? So my last request is turn on your camera for our documentation. But of course, this is beyond documentation and accomplishment or tao. Please know that you have a USTP HR that is also that wanted to see you as persons. We are flashing the evaluation. We want to hear you and ano pa po ang mga needs ng isang leaders po, no? Kabalo ko, daghan kaayo tag need. Ato nang i-address mga needs sa student. Gusto na to i-address. Gusto pa na to i-address mga faculty. Na apoy needs ang mga leaders, ha? Aside sa additional salary, nga dili na mo kaya, pero na other needs siguro, ana. So, the evaluation is in the if you were not able to also register for your attendance, please click the registration there, but please click the evaluation. The evaluation is quite different than our faculty kasi pag evaluation sa faculty, automatic mo generate ang certificate. This time, dili po kasi we bring it to the president ko ang attendance plus ang certificate, so siya mismo mag-sign. So wala po yung ma-generate na certificate. But again, salamat kayo sa ato ang pag-gather and this quite a sense of fellowship. So, sige, pwede po ba mo plus star para sa pictorial? Kayo say mahiwi, manggod. Sige po. So 1, 2, 3, smile naman dyan. No? 1, 2, 3, another smile. 1, 2, 3, because there are 3 frames, another smile. There. Salamat kayo, my co-administrators for this day. I'm sure busy gi kayo ta, pero nag-try pa yapon ta, no? All right. Bye. God bless po. God bless. I'm seeing Sir Ruvil, Ma'am Elena, Ma'am Lumibaw. I'm